All right, brilliant. Hi, and welcome to No Time to Wait 8 at ZKM in Karlsruhe. We're super excited to be at this very prestigious institution. So first off, thank you to the director, Alistair Hudson, and his entire team, especially Morgan Stricot and Annika Wilcox, and their entire technical team and their entire department team to host us, to have us, to give us this space to come together again for the 8th time. We're very happy to see you all. We're very happy to see familiar faces, obviously, but we're very happy to see new people, which is always great. We're happy to be in Karlsruhe because we can, quote unquote, target other museums, other archives, other galleries that come from the greater region. So we're very happy to see new people and hear about their brilliant works, their successes and their failures, potentially even. I also would like to thank all our volunteers and our stage coordinators, everybody online that's helping to support us. And I think we've never looked so good as with Walter Ebert's live stream. We're gonna look really, really good. So everybody who's up here, you know, you better get your Botox in, your lip liner, I don't know, just, you know, mascara, because you're gonna look fantastic. What is it, in 4K? Something ridiculous. I mean, we're just gonna look all very good. So thank you to all of you. We also would like to acknowledge all our sponsors. Reto, AV Preservation by Reto, Memoriaf, thank you very much. Centre National de l'Audiovisuel, thank you very much. Of course, ZKM, thank you. I'm missing somebody as per usual. DPC, obviously, DPC always gives us some travel, sponsors travel grants, which we're very grateful for. And yeah, so that's it for me today, this morning, and I'll pass it over to Morgan. Yes? Oh yeah, I'm doing this little slides, true. Okay, so for everybody online and here as well, here are our cute little bit.lys where you will find everything you will need. So the FYI document, everything you need about Karlsruhe, we keep updating it with information as it comes along. We have our map, which is very important, especially for dinner later today. You can find all of the attendees on the next one, and then of course the program. And for those online especially, you have the stream, or if you want to speak to your colleagues to log into the streams. And then for those who are really good at it, please help us take notes. I know it's not the most grateful thing to do, but we really appreciate if people contribute to the notes taking. So that's the final link. And then, of course, our code of conduct. We do have a code of conduct, and we enforce our code of conduct. So please be respectful and mindful. We don't mind conversations. We don't mind disagreements, but it all needs to happen with respect and understanding of each other. And this goes for during the conference, after the conference, online, in person, during lunch, or if you just see them on the street. We really take it seriously, and we have enforced it before, and we will continue to enforce it. So thank you very much. And this also goes for if you're asking questions, for example, please refrain from holding monologues or diatribes about something. We really appreciate it because we want to not shut down a conversation, we want to keep it open. So thank you. That's
Thank you. Some practicabilities now. For the Wi-Fi, so the WLAN, you have the public one from Karlsruhe. So I don't know if we have it's Freifunk Karlsruhe, I think, the Wi-Fi. Another very German information, you can find bottles of water upstairs at the lunch area, and it's with a fund, so with a deposit. So please give back the bottles when they are empty, because we are going to give them back to the owner of those bottles. Other very German thing today, today is a Warntag, so at 11 all of your phones are going to ring in a very annoying noise, and it's just an exercise, so no panic. There will be also sound in the streets, so it's like I don't know how long it lasts, like for a couple of minutes. So sorry, Peter, during your we will make a small break during your presentation. I think you are talking at 11, no? Yeah. So during your presentation we'll make a small break for Warntag. Yeah, you can. So the lunch area is upstairs in the first floor. You can come there through the elevator or through the stairs. There are some signs. If you can't find it, look for the pink person and I will tell you where it is. Thank you all for coming and have a very nice day. And Alistair will say a little welcome word from the ZKM.
Hello, good morning, willkommen, welcome to ZKM. Very, very pleased to see you all here gathered for the next 2 days here in Karlsruhe. ZKM is very, very happy to have you here, and we give you a very, very warm welcome. I've been director here for not even 18 months yet, and so still feel rather new, still playing the new card for as long as I can get away with it. But it's very clear to me that the role of media arts preservation, conservation, the role of archives in the kind of field of the technosphere is of primary importance, not just for our institutions, but also culturally. And I think it's fair to say that we here at ZKM see this work as a political act. And this was demonstrated to me even in the last week, where we have been installing a new exhibition, Fellow Travellers, which opens next Friday on the floor above Black Flags, if you've been having a look around. And in that exhibition, we're installing a piece by Enrique Rivera and some of his colleagues, which is about the Cybersyn project in Chile in the 1970s. And this is really a kind of gamification of the archive of the Cybersyn project, which was a cybernetic socialist project to run the country with a cybernetic system, and was basically fought against by the FBI, by America, and it never really happened because the autocratic government that overthrew Allende really tried their best to destroy this project and destroy all trace of its record. And in the process of installation of this work, we were talking with Enrique, with Morgan and Mathieu here, because the work hasn't been shown for 10 plus years and is running on Windows XP, and the bits and pieces are scattered. And we were talking to him about, well, how can we get this work, this digital game engine work, up and running again and working? And so we had this conversation, and it's now a project that's part of our daily work here. But for Enrique, he said, no, this is a political act, because this is the last record of this archive, of this history. And if we can get this up and running again, and we can share the archives and the digital information and the way this thing works, that can then be housed and recorded in the National Chilean Media Arts Archive that he's building over there right now. So suddenly this becomes a kind of rather beautiful ground-up network activity, which is about protecting our heritage and our way of life, and political positions. So I think for me that was just one little capsule of how all this work suddenly becomes rather urgent and important and has far more implications beyond the field of culture and entertainment and everything else. We're also working at the moment now to present a version of our collections here in a major collections exhibition next year. And really that the concept of that show is driven by our conservation and restoration teams, about the urgency of works that need preservation, that need repair, that need constant maintenance, and to make that the visible activity. And this really is about moving institutions away from just being representational to what I call operational, working in the world, doing their bit. So for me, this is also a networking system, that we work not just in-house with ourselves, but with institutions and individuals right around the world. So that's what I see right here today. And I hope there are plenty of opportunities to meet, to talk, to make things happen, and to keep the good work going. So thank you all for coming. And we shall hand over, I think, now to the first act.
Thank you very much. Our next and first speaker with the presentation will be Margit Rosen on Working Knowledge, Introduction to the Department Wissen. And as usual, we'll have some reconnect seconds while Margit will introduce herself or add some notes.
My name is Margit Rosen. I've been on and off ZKM for a very, very long time. I started here to work as a student, being the first assistant to Peter Weibel in 1999. So it's been a very long time. My background is I'm an art historian, but I also studied media arts, so have been very early on been involved hands-on with the difficulties of electronic technology. And now talking and doing this.
Speaking about problems with
speaking about problems. So, first of all, also from me, a very, should I continue to use this microphone or may I just switch to this? A very warm welcome. 2 years ago, we had another a great conference about electronic restoration. It had the name Just in Time. Now we are in No Time to Wait. Both titles suggest an urgency, but also a passion, which we all feel. And in fact, ZKM is, along with a few other institutions, associations, and individuals, it belongs to this still pretty small group of protectors of electronic digital art in our museum landscape. And I'm therefore all the more pleased that we're able to host No Time to Wait here and welcome you. And thanks to Morgan, who initiated that, and of course also to Annika, co-organized this. And I have to say, in the last years, through Morgan Stricot, Mathieu Vlaminck, and their network, I have discovered with enthusiasm that there is a culture of collaboration, alliance building, knowledge sharing, and solidarity in this field, which is not a given in the art world normally. And so I'm an art historian, not a conservator, and my job is to create the conditions for my wonderful colleagues that they can do their work. So now I'm very briefly will introduce you a little bit to ZKM and to the department Wissen. And the idea for this institution emerged actually already in 1984. The idea was born by Michael Heck, the then cultural officer of the city of Karlsruhe. And the model for ZKM was, in fact, the MIT Media Lab, which was about to be founded in 1985, but also the Center for Advanced Visual Studies. And it took a slight turn from being a place for artistic research and production, that was the first intention, to a place which would also house collections. And this was thanks to the first director, Heinrich Klotz, the founder of the Architectural Museum, who gave it a more museal turn already at the beginning. And it was not about replacing electronic art, traditional art with electronic arts, but Heinrich Klotz had certain doubts still about this new art set. Now we also have this institution in order that the new electronic arts have or can prove if they can compete or survive next to something like a painting or a sculpture. So it was founded in 1989, mostly as a place to provide artists with access to newest technologies for artistic research and production, but also as for the media for the citizen to allow for public reflection and discourse on current and potential future impact of emerging technologies on art and society. And with Peter Weibel coming in 1999, we met a certain transformation. Instead of an isolated focus on technology, which was still kind of a heritage of the 1960s, there was a strategic inclusion of all sciences and all social actors. and over the years there was a greater proportion of museum tasks. This is what ZKM does in whole, an enormous number of exhibitions, events, publications, also collections, archives, library, and artistic research and development. And it is still a surprise that we, from this very little town of Karlsruhe, are known worldwide for what we do. That's also a lot thanks to the publications, which mostly were published in English. So the Department Wissen was founded only in 2017. We had collections before, and we had also archival goods flying around, but when ZKM was founded, what the creators forgot was to create an archive or an archival structure. And I don't know if Johannes Goebel is already in the back. There was one big exception, one single person who did not forget about the needs for archives, and that was Johannes Goebel, then the head of the Institute for Musik und Akustik there in the back. But we decided to create this structure because the collections were spread over 3 different departments. There was no central archival structure. And we chose the name Wissen, which in German is both for to know and knowledge, so it's also an active term, because we wanted to make clear that working with archives and collections was not about import and export or about storage, but really to transform it into, living knowledge. The archives contain both the institutional archives and the archives of artists and theorists. With the collection come more archives, the archives of our restaurators, and also the archives of software, which over the years also Morgane and Mathieu and other colleagues built up. In the library, we also have archival holdings, because we also collect technical manuals, which are important. And of course, why we can welcome all these complex archives, both of our house, but also from artists, which are not just paper, is because we have in the department also the lab for digital restoration and the lab for antiquated video systems. Most archives would deny to accept a lot of the goods we accept simply because they do not have the technical environment and expertise. And what we have now since 2022 is also the digital management, digital infrastructure section, which serves both the complete ZKM with the infrastructure for all our archival holdings, but of course is also very much focused on our collection and archives, and Andreas will, and my colleagues will talk about all of that in greater detail. And just one last statement I want to make about that. If you are in other institutions, normally collections are here, archives are here, restoration is over there, no matter if you look at the Tate or at the Pompidou. And this actually causes problems on a day-to-day basis. I can really say that this prototype, which in a way also was a pilot, if it would work, really proved to be excellent, to be so closely linked together in one department, and be in conversation every single moment, and also in the decision-making process about acquisitions, which also mean that the traditional hierarchy in German museums, which is very much like this, here are the curators, and somewhere down there are the restaurators, archivists are maybe here, that we also try to make clear that if we want to do our work well, if we do not want to lose expertise, knowledge, and also the joy of work, we really have to take decisions together and be in constant conversation. What I've forgot to say is that restoration is not only us, but also restorators which are placed in the museum technique department, and we are at the moment discussing also the structure, which on a daily basis actually works excellently, but still there might be some things to adapt. Our collections and archive, we have about 12,000 works. To mention is mainly that we have 244 computer-based installations, and looking at the budget, I can say the computer-based installations just are a tiny little percentage of our collection, just as the video installations, but they consume 95% of our budget for restoration, our time and attention and research. It's not by surprise that only very few institutions still decide to acquire computer-based work. We have the institutional archives, here you see the number, then the archives of artists and theorists, more than 200 by now. We have our restoration archives, and of course also the library. And I just wanted to give you a brief idea about our collections. We have these 1,500 videotapes. It's mainly video art from the 1960s to the 1990s, like the collection as it was installed. At the beginning, we have these major video installations, mainly also of the big names of the 1980s and 1990s, but we also acquired now some installations by younger artists. Then what I have added on through my research to the collection was mainly the really earliest experiments with computer in the arts, dating back from the early 1960s, which is on paper and film, very easy to keep alive. And of course, as you all know, we have some of the Mona Lisas of early interactive art, as for example Geoffrey Shaw's Legible City, or Christo Sommer's and Laura Mignot's interactive plant growing. But of course, we keep to acquire works for our collection now with a stronger focus at the moment of works using machine learning or neural networks. And this also is a part of our collection, the whole blockchain based works, where we also made international headlines when we managed to send 2 of our CryptoPunks on a holiday, I would say. Well, we sent it by accident to their own smart contract, which was not a good idea. The archives, I think Felix will talk in greater detail about what we have there. Just one remark. Acquiring archives from artists is a question of trust. Most archives that are here because we have been working for a long time with the artists. They know how we work, they know that we are not excluding them from their archives, but working with them on a daily basis and trying to support also their continuous creative work. And we created from that both publications from the archives, but also exhibitions. Felix, will you talk about the Harald Bode archives? And that's a very beautiful project, just to mention that, which Felix initiated. So in this case, Harald Bode, one of the constructors of analog synthesizers, who also worked for Moog. This project involves the reconstruction of one of the barber pole phaser, because we hold here Harald Bode's notebooks. And so this will come both with a reconstruction of the barber pole phaser and also a concert using these analog instruments and a publication. Again, the library, I can just recommend, if you have time, to browse through. It's a specialized library on the topics you might be interested in. very important for us really since 2022 is with Andreas Kohlbecker that we finally have somebody who takes care of our data in a very professional way, and that we might also apply in the near future some machine learning methods to handle better our over 20,000 videos which we've digitized and which are difficult to access in a lifetime. Some of you had the pleasure to visit the Laboratory for Antiquated Video Systems. This is one of the most visited laboratories at ZKM, and we do all this restoration work mainly for artists. We do it for free. In exchange, we receive the permission to keep this copy here, make it accessible to researchers, and sometimes also artists grant permission that we show the work or even lend the work. And this is how we created an incredible research environment for the art of the 20th century with documentations of historic performances. I just say Yoko Ono, that was one finding of a lost performance, Yoko Ono and John Lennon, and many other things. So maybe part of the art history of 20th century can be rewritten if researchers more and more use this incredible resource. Digital restoration, somebody will talk about that. So I just finish with that sound.
Art is always right.
So that was the last thing I wanted to say. What's wrong with art, and art is always right. This was just a brief pass through what we're doing here. We're a small team, I have to say that. But all, how should I say, we're not just administration, we're really every single person with an enormous passion doing this. Yeah.
Thank you very much. As far as I know, we do not have any questions from the online audience. Do we have questions or comments from the real world audience? But look at their faces.
In the back.
They're like, wow. There's one in the back. Okay.
I could call some of them out by name.
Hi, Kieran O'Leary from the National Library of Ireland. I was wondering if you could talk a little bit more about was it always organised as one super department, the Wissen department, or what was it like before? And was there any resistance to that of making things kind of unified?
You mean this?
Yes.
No, there was, you mean when we were bringing together collections and archives and libraries, there was resistance? Actually, it was a historic moment. The head of two of the collections went away, so there was no resistance from that. And of course, it took a time. It took a time to get together, surely 1 or 2 years, to also establish the processes of how we handle all the different things that usually happen in a museum, from acquisitions to loans to restoration processes. But no, there was I can say there was not a lot of resistance, and everybody in the rest of the house was very happy that they would get rid of the different archives which were distributed all over the house. It was more, people were relieved that there was finally a functioning structure. The only discussion was maybe that not everybody understood why we've chosen the name Wissen, knowledge, though if you look at the discourse, both of politicians and cultural entrepreneurs, Wissen seems to be a key term, but it seemed too far away from traditional notions of the museum. So normally this would be collections and archives, period. But we wanted to show that it's just more than storage and import-export.
Thank you.
There's one more.
Hello, Maren Jax, Österreichische Mediathek. I was curious, you mentioned your plan is to use machine learning for improving your storing and preservation, so I would like to...
No, we're just writing an application because we have these over 20,000 digitized tapes, and all the technology, all the software which we would need is in principle out there available. Speech to text, text to text, scene recognition, and so on. These technologies are all there, but they are not available for us. So we teamed up with the University of Düsseldorf and of the University of Basel. Now we are applying for research funding to take elements of these tools which are out there, to adapt them to our need and make them available for our daily work. But we're not yet there. It's still in the future.
Thank you very much. I will then introduce ZKM again. Andreas Kohlbecker and Felix Mittelberger on a new data infrastructure offers new possibilities for accessing the ZKM archive, the example of the Herbert W. Franke manuscripts. And while you may introduce more information about yourself, I will replug the computers.
Okay, thank you. My name is Felix Mittelberger. I'm head of archives at ZKM. I, together with Margit Rosen, I built up the archive since 2016-17. And I'm an art historian and trained archivist, both professions, and I hand over to Andreas.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm Andreas Kohlbecker. I'm here since a little bit more than 2 years, and I'm digital manager here at the ZKM, dedicated to the department Wissen in order to build up a new data infrastructure, to mobilize all the data treasures that we have in the house, to make them public and accessible, findable, and so on. And I'm also caring for opening up the archive by the means of algorithmic processes.
Okay. If you want to.
We're going to use this one. Okay. Okay, good. So, thank you. Thank you again for having us. We chose a quite monumental title for a quite simple task. What are the ZKM archives and how can we link them to the rest of the world and to ZKM in general? The ZKM archives are, as you already heard from Margit in her previous presentation, part of the department Wissen, and not only linked to the collection and the library and on an administrative level, but in actual practical level as well. The connection between archives, collection, library, and the rest of ZKM through ZKM activities like the Herz Lab, the publication department, the exhibitions, I will call ZKM Cosmos. And the archives are part of that cosmos. They contain about more than 200 archival fonts, we already heard that, and estates, some quite small with only a few boxes of tape, some quite extensive with more than 30 meters or even more, with photographs, notes, diaries, correspondence, as well as different forms of media and different forms of carriers. In that total more than 600 meters and more than 30,000 tapes. Its topics are as heterogenic as ZKM itself, with a clear focus on the arts of the 20th and 21st century. Starting with video art, I'm going to tell a little bit more about the different topics ZKM Archives housing, starting with the video art and film, which is by far the biggest part of ZKM Archives, thanks to the outstanding work of the Laboratory for Antiquated Video Systems since 2004, with archives like Josef Beuys Media Archive, Lutz Dambeck, Barbara Hamann, CAVS, but also Raindance and its members, Schneider, Gillette, and Paul Ryan, Ulrike Rosenbach, Aldo Tambellini, Steiner, and Woody Vasulka, and so on. There's also a topic like the new media art in general, in addition to the video art we are housing with Walter Giers, Dieter Jung, Stefan von Hühne, and of course Jeffrey Shaw. Those archives are especially in interest for restorators and conservators who also consulting our archives, similar to art historians and artists. Another topic is sound art and electronic music, as well as performance art. Examples are the Apollo House Archive, William Forsythe, which is our newest guest, and Harald Bode Archive, Margaret already mentioned. And as Johannes Goebel is speaking in the afternoon, I want to mention the Idiama Archive as well, which was probably the first archive we had at ZKM. Then there are archives about text, theory, with essays of philosopher Elisabeth Walter, science fiction inventor Hugo Gansbach, but also archives which do not fit in those major categories like the Photogram Archive by Heine Neusius and the Archive of EAT, Experiments in Art and Technology, for example. And last but not least, the computer art archives, as you could call the ZKM archives video art archives. You can also call them computer art archives, as you have such a huge amount of archival fonts on this topic. The library of Max Bense and Elisabeth Walter Bense's own archive, the Manfred Mohr Archive, the Hiroshi Kawano Archive, the Otto Beckmann Archive, the archive of Vladimir Bonacic, and BCD Cybernetic Art Team, and the Frieda Nake Archive form together this kind of computer art archive. And Herbert Franke is part of that. And this is where I wanted to go, from the Cosmos to Herbert Franke. In total, it's about more than 50 meters of documents and media, including his complete work of art and life, and therefore also his professions as a computer artist, but also a science fiction author and a cave scientist. And we try to complete this archive in total. So how do we connect these different and heterogenic archives with each other, but also, and more important, with the rest of ZKM? This is the huge question, and this is where I hand over to my colleague.
Thank you. So, next slide. Many of the objects that are preserved in the ZKM archive are of great value for art historic research. But there were, so to say, hidden treasures, not easy to find and more or less inaccessible to the public. Researchers frequently had to ask for help in finding out if the ZKM had information relevant to their research question. And they had to come to the ZKM in person to get insight into the objects themselves. It is not enough to simply store collections and their objects in an archive. Archives must be opened up, made accessible and searchable to humans and machines via our global information network, the Internet. Obviously, humans are the primary consumers of this information, but machines are needed to filter, aggregate, infer, and deduce data to create more meaningful information with higher semantic expressiveness. Machines also convert machine process data into representations that are, again, then suitable for us. Of course, basic information about the archive and its holdings has been available on the ZKM website for many years. However, this only gives a very brief overview on what is really contained in these hidden treasures and did not reflect the whole picture. Archival records are often related to other information like artworks in a collection, persons, exhibitions, events, and so on. However, this information is not contained in the archive itself, but in other places at the ZKM. Therefore, opening up the archive alone is not enough. This process needs to encompass all aspects of the institution, that is, to bring all data sources together. As in many CLAM institutes, the data landscape of the ZKM has grown over many years. Due to this historical legacy, Most data sources were distributed and incoherent. To improve this situation, we started in 2022 to design and implement a novel data infrastructure for the ZKM. This allows us to connect all of ZKM's information sources and transform them into continuous parallel streams of data. In this architecture, the information can be processed, transformed, harmonized, crossed, enriched, and indexed to make it searchable and to increase its value for the intended audiences. This diagram now shows the core components of the ZKM data infrastructure, just to give you a picture for now. In the next presentation, in the so-called appendix, I will briefly dive into the details of this architecture. But for now, we better take a look at the output side, that is, at the data portal. Finally, the information flowing through the ZKM data infrastructure needs to be findable, accessible, and has to be visualized. To provide users with a user interface that can be used intuitively, we have set up the ZKM data portal, through which all information can be found and displayed. Thanks to the fantastic support by Art Meets Science Foundation, Herbert W. Franke, a pre-release of the portal could be launched in March of this year, exclusively for the digitized manuscripts by Herbert W. Franke. The more than 2,000 manuscripts have been scanned, and the text has been extracted using OCR. This allows us to search the textual content of the document. Otherwise, we would be restricted to limited searches using keywords, dates, people, title, and so on. Now comes a short screencast to demonstrate some of the capabilities. Here, a search for photography is started. A lecture from 1966 on photography and painting is found. It takes a little bit too long. Okay, search is refined for photographic technique. And looking at the metadata, we see that this is related to Otto Beckmann. So, let's examine this document a little bit further. It shows a drawing of the artwork Dracula and others. Okay, let's find out how it is related to Beckmann by using the free text search. Here, Beckmann is found in one text position. Below the document features some handwritten notes that you can see here. Okay, the ZKM archive also contains other types of media, as Margit said already. Making time-based media, such as audio and video, accessible is not as easy as with text-based documents, since information in time-based media is not as clearly codified. And the ZKM has a really huge amount of this data, which now sums up to 2 petabytes. This massive pile of media can only be handled with the help of automated processes. We are currently working on a project aimed at automatic extraction of features such as objects, colors, people's activities, and so on. This also includes automatic speech recognition. Using this information, tools can be built to facilitate us to search for media through multimodal retrieval mechanisms. So, we at the ZKM do all of this because we feel a responsibility, not only for preserving the treasures that lie dormant in our archive, but for bringing them back to life. It is really exciting how many possibilities modern technology offers us in these questions. And to be honest, it's a lot of fun to conceive and realize this project. Thank you.
Do we have any questions or comments from the online? Nothing at this time, so we're real. Do we have questions or comments about this from the audience here? Still smiling faces in awe. Yes, man.
Maren Jax, Österreichische Mediathek again. Maybe I didn't catch that. As far as I understood you, you only have cold storage on LTO tapes. the
We
moment?
have cold storage on LTO tapes, but that's for the raw videos that we have. So we have copies in MP4 format, which are on the hot storage, and that can be shown directly.
And you would use them for further analysis of
Yes,
your
yeah,
teach,
yeah, yeah. Mhm,
the
yeah.
recognitions. Okay.
Anyone else? Well, I find it highly interesting because it's quite linked to what I'll be doing later.
Yeah.
I'll be asking you questions later off stage. Now the first appendix, is a quick glimpse into the depths of ZKM's Apache Kafka-based infrastructure.
Maybe that raises more questions. Let's see. Now, as announced, a quick glimpse. So here once again, the diagram from before. On the left, the diagram shows the sources from where the disjoint data is pulled into the core system via an extract, transform, load process. The core of the infrastructure in the middle is based on the so-called pub/sub messaging framework Apache Kafka. Consuming components are on the right side. Here we have Cantaloupe as a IIIF image server at the top that delivers images, a search engine, and a MongoDB database, which is the data lake that forms the backend for the APIs like a REST API and IIIF APIs that complement the image server. Let's focus now on the core of all of this, Apache Kafka. Kafka was invented by LinkedIn to handle the massive data flows generated by the social network. And it has been made open source in 2011. In 2013, it has been accepted as Apache Foundation project. And since it is named Apache Kafka. Technically, Kafka is a distributed event store and stream processing platform. It promises real-time processing of messages with a latency small as 2 milliseconds. It scales to trillions of messages per day and petabytes of data. It is major, robust, and has a vast ecosystem. Complementing tools have grown around it. This listing is a lot of names. This listing of a lot of the tool names is far from being complete. And it is being used by many enterprises worldwide and became globally too relevant to suddenly disappear. It is a framework that allows you to build a wide variety of conceivable infrastructures for a wide variety of scenarios. Because it is a technology, because it is a base technology, institutions must actually develop their infrastructure with it and around it. It is not an out-of-the-box application that fits many needs. Even if Kafka is fast, scalable, flexible, and so on, it also brings a lot of complexity. So we asked ourselves, is it too heavy? Is it worth dealing with this complexity, with this beast? Are there alternatives? Of course, there are other messaging pipelines, like, for example, RabbitMQ or data warehouses, a completely different approach, less ideal for us. But finally, we found that Kafka was a very good and sensible choice for the ZKM. What are the benefits of carrying the extra load that is imposed by the complexity of Kafka over other solutions? For us, the main benefit of using Kafka are: it can connect to almost any data source and sync. It's possible to integrate data from distant sources. It has a built-in data processing capabilities. You can join message streams similar to the SQL joins known from relational databases. It can consistently and reliably handle updates and deletions in the data sources. You can configure the message retention time and strategies very flexibly, and you can handle also very large messages up to gigabytes. To understand this better, we now take a look at the use case of Herbert W. Franke, and we will focus on the task of making the manuscript searchable. We want to be able to search the metadata as well as the text of the manuscripts that have been OCR'd. On one side, we have the sources, 2 databases with archive records and persons, each with multiple tables. We also have a file store with PDFs that contains the OCR'd text. The database records have relations to other data. For example, archive media refers to PDF files, records to persons. On the other side is the search engine, the thing that needs to receive this information. Now we need to bring all the information that constitutes a full archive record together as one big object and feed it into the search engine. The Kafka Streams API is an excellent tool to handle this situation reliably. The system managing the archive metadata has an SQL API. The persons can be fetched via a REST API. Kafka Connect already has connectors to pull data from these APIs. The two adapters now poll for data changes in the sources and publish to new records of each of the database tables as a message into the according Kafka topics. To get the text from the PDF files into Kafka, an extractor has been created that extracts the free text and that pushes it into another Kafka topic. Now we need to combine all these messages from these topics. For that we can use the Kafka Streams API, as said, in order to join it into one big data record object that contains now everything, also the persons and the free text. And this can now be fetched again by another connector that pushes it into the search engine. There's much more to say about the details of the architectural scheme, but that's for another time.
Thank you very much. One question or comment? Oh, nothing. Thank you very much. It's really good to see that basically this is parts from the big data stack that you're using, and I'm very looking forward into the experiences with that. So, coming up next is Mathieu Flaming. And while Mathieu will introduce himself, I will reconnect.
So, hello everyone. I'm Mathieu Flaming. I'm a media and digital art restorer here at ZKM, and I'm specialized in computer and software preservation, IT forensic, and data imaging. And I take care with Morgan and all my colleagues, basically, of preserving the ZKM collection.
Continue.
Yeah, I'm finished, actually.
Where's your...
I've been here since 6 years. And yeah.
Your output ports are closed.
Yes. And I have a special computer.
Ah, yeah, it's super. There you go.
Okay.
Excuse me.
So, coming up. Oh.
Video art?
Yeah, I'm improvising. I think that, of course, we tested it and it was working. So,
Did you already say the title? Because I think I forgot.
Yeah, so it's, no, it's not working anymore. Wait. I fix computers also sometimes, so maybe I will manage to do it.
Try unplugging, blowing out. I'll do it on this end. You do it there.
Yeah. Well, it's protected, this one.
Like 2 computer engineers, and all we can do is. Have you tried turning it off and on again?
I did, actually.
I know.
This
That's
is before.
yeah.
So as we wait, so we have Mathieu's talk, and then we have, of course, Andreas's talk. Then we should break for coffee. Coffee is up the stairs where the workshops were. You'll see beer banks. And are we good? You'll see beer banks, and there's going to be coffee. Bring your mug. That's why you have your mug. If you didn't bring your mug,
Booted the machine yet?
tough luck. No, if you didn't bring your mug, come and see us. We'll provide you with more.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, so that's about the coffee break. Lunch will be at the same spot, up the stairs where the workshop was.
Do not run away yet. What we have now is the exciting procedure of restarting a computer live. So for those who are interested, this is a buffer image that the beamer is still displaying, while actually the computer is shutting down. Since it's a Windows machine, this could take a long time, but now it's black, there's light. I feel like used mission control, you know, like there's BIOS coming up.
Yeah, we can switch. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm going to talk to my laptop.
Yeah. Tell him not to be nervous. They sometimes do that. Yes? No. Who? Switched?
Yeah.
Yes. Please.
Yeah.
So, double introduction. Andreas Kohlbecker again, but more importantly, sorry, because you've already had your time, Annika Wilcox, also from ZKM, on media art on Wikipedia.
Okay. Presentation is not yet running. No. No, stopped again.
And F5 ain't working, so switch out. Sorry.
All right. Okay, so. Yeah.
Die Präsentation auf der Du hast das Zeitung.
Achso, die Plattform, ja, genau. Ja. Das, okay, wie.
Dich präsentieren.
How do we switch this? Well, you test it, you try it, and then the little gremlins go and go like, woo, woo, woo. To be honest, I now have no idea how to switch, but I have an... Oh no. Something evil happened, which... Yeah, of course. If the water drips, it's the Linux machine. I know. I will have to reboot this machine as well because it had an issue that we had this morning, anyways. I don't have a login on this one. I'll never ever allow anyone to connect different laptops while the show is running. But now you can imagine why it's really tricky to conserve pieces of art that involve digital and software, because if we can't even manage to have stable systems while we're using the state-of-the-art technology as everyone is still alive who did these things. Whose notebook is this again? Because it fails to give me a menu again. Well, thank you. Primary screen. There's, I was assuming that. Here, 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 here. Then this is, please, my primary. Come on. Thank you. Wonderful. So while I'll see if this works as expected. So the thing is that yeah, it's okay. But it's fast, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Yeah, it's like in 24, so I'm Jack Bauer now. Yours is Media Art Wikipedia. Yes. May I press? I feel very lucky.
Okay, press and comes. And yay!
Almost. So, whoever does documentation on the Media Wiki of the ZKM, please write down that you may set your primary monitor to switch where your slides go or where your notes go. And you ought to show.
Okay, so let's start. Yeah, that's on a project that that we joined in 2022. Media Art on Wikipedia is the name of this project, and it was a three-year project initiated in 2021 by Lima, the Amsterdam-based digital media platform. Among the funding partners were also the Stedelijk Museum, Amsterdam, the Van Abbey Museum, and others. The aim of the project is threefold: to increase the online visibility of media art from national and international collections, to create more awareness for the artists and their works among a broader audience, and to make the metadata and artists and artworks accessible as linked open data through Wikidata. The project has been divided in two main areas of work that we, Annika and I, will present today. First, to conduct Wikipedia editathons, to create articles on the artists, and also metadata modeling and import workflows set up for media arts to bring them or their metadata into Wikidata. Releasing metadata on media art through Wikidata offers several advantages. By publishing data via Wikidata, it becomes part of the linked open data network. The data becomes linked to terms, related concepts, events, people, and other entities within Wikidata. It becomes, so to say, semantically enriched. Wikidata assigns a QID to each entity that is created. This QID acts as a persistent identifier. Each QID can also include references to the original data sources. This enhances the visibility of the institution and ensures transparency. Metadata can be seamlessly integrated with other datasets when it is published in Wikidata. By storing metadata in Wikidata, there is an assurance that the information will be preserved over time also. Wikidata is an open and collaborative network that allows collaborative editing by the global community, and thus the integration of information from multiple sources. Even if using Wikidata has many advantages, it also raises problems that come with that democratic approach. The collaborative nature of Wikidata as global information resource implies that once you uploaded your data to this platform, you no longer own it. You will give up control. The collaborative process takes over and may change sensibly crafted information. Deploying to Wikidata thus means letting the data go and flow. Therefore, Wikidata is not perfectly suitable as long-term storage, even if it is very sustainable and reliable as technical information infrastructure. Modeling media art in Wikidata was a challenge that becomes obvious with videos that have been taken from performances, like this example here. Here we see a screenshot of a video, and at the side the metadata of a video recorded at the performance AAAA by Marina Abramovic and Ulay. A Betacam SP copy of the original recording is contained in the collection of the ZKM. The primary artwork is the performance itself that has been taken place in Lüttich. The Betacam SP tape is a physical derivative that has been recorded. It is a physical artwork. It is also important to note that multiple variants of the recording may exist. Furthermore, performances may have been performed multiple times. These relations can be modeled by making use of the Ferber schema. Ferber stands for Functional Requirements for Bibliographic Records. Ferber defines 4 levels of entity types. Work is a distinct intellectual or artistic creation. It's an abstract entity. The conceptual artistic work, AAAA, in case of this example. A work is realized through an expression which is also abstract. An expression is the intellectual or artistic realization of a work. In case of our example, it is realized through the act of performing the work. When we record the intellectual or artistic content, we move from the abstract to the physical entity of the manifestation. This is the physical embodiment of an expression of work. In reality, a manifestation is itself an abstract entity, but it describes and represents physical entities, the items that have the same content and carrier. The level of the items, however, would go too deep into the physical objects held by the collection and was not needed in the context of that project. Fortunately, Wikidata already provides properties to express the Ferber relationships between the 3 entity levels that are relevant to us. So we can easily express all entities related to the conceptual artwork AAAA as an entity of the type work of art, which itself is a concept. The actual performance that took place is an expression of the conceptual work. This is expressed by the relationship expression on. The analog video recording in black and white is the manifestation related to the performance by the property manifestation of. The artist can be associated with these entities by using the creator of relation. To keep the lecture short, I'll skip the workflow and we'll move to Annika's part.
Thank you. Okay, so I had, as my part, the more hands-on side of the things to actually get the data online, which was not existing data at that point, but the idea was to write many articles for this project and organize an editathon, which left me or started me with a pretty blank page because I had never written an article on Wikipedia. I had never participated in an editathon or organized one. So that started me out with a slight panic, and then I thought about it, and then eventually it made me I started the work. And fortunately I was able to join Lima, the partner organization that was also approaching to write articles, and had just organized an editathon where I took part, and that allowed me to talk to many people and also other institutions on how to do and how to approach this. And I learned 2 things. We definitely need a project page on Wikipedia to show what it is, to show our results, and to use the not for that, but it was very helpful to actually use the just freshly imported data to generate our data lists with the Sparkle and actually find out, in this case, what articles we want to write, because we used all the data that we imported and tried to find artists that we had just freshly imported to Wikidata. The second thing they said is we need a dashboard, which I also did, which basically sets you up with the articles that you want to write, and to make sure that you don't, that not 5 people write on the same article. And then you also have, in the end, the results for that, which is, of course, for us to some degree important, but I'll come to that later. So I still had 2 main questions, which was how do I get people to come, and how do I get people to stay and write? And fortunately, here we have great resources. So the library was supporting us with talks and a tour through the library, and also showing how to research the important facts that we need for Wikipedia to get these articles online. Margit was there to give a talk and an introduction to media art, and we had someone from Wikipedia to actually give us an introduction for the on how to write articles, especially biographical articles, and someone who is really experienced. And that is also something I definitely learned, that Wikipedia is its own world, and you really have to find out how to navigate it. So as this is a very short overview of this, I'm happy to talk with anyone later of further experiences. We documented our results, which we had about 20 participants, and we ended up with about, wait, the timer. Yeah, we'll just go to the next 4 articles that are still online, which I think is a pretty good result. We have all kinds of statistics, but what also came out of this was that we now have a continuously monthly writing workshop where we once a month meet for everyone who wants to start, who wants to join, wants to continue, because one day of an editathon is just not enough to fully support the Wikipedia system and get the information out there that we want. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Unfortunately, I do not have time for question and answers now. We'll try to recontinue where we... Of course.
So I use this, sure. So later today we have actually a writing workshop at 4. So and I'll be here all day. If anybody has questions, I'm happy to answer them later.
Awesome. And for anyone who considers like Wikipedia, Wikidata things like not being there all the time, did you know that you can actually download the data of Wikipedia?
So, second try.
Now I know what it is. So.
You know?
Not yours, but this one. So the menu issue was the 1200 height resolution. So I'm less worried to reconnect.
Yeah, because I was like, today I'm going to use Windows. Bad idea. Yes, my background. Nice.
Well then, Mathieu, go for it.
And I'm moving in. Okay, cool. So, now that you know me, I will present, so from thousands of documents to one wiki, our journey toward collaborative documentation. So as Margit said earlier, the ZKM collection consists approximately of 12,000 artworks from the 20th and 21st centuries, with around 244 being computer-based. ZKM began collecting in 1981, at a time when standardized approaches to managing media and digital art collection were still non-existent. However, many of the resources required to preserve this collection were already established within the Museum and Exhibition Technical Services Department. Thanks to their dedication and expertise, the technical team quickly recognized the fragile nature of these artworks and the need for continuous care, devoting significant effort to repairing, maintaining, and documenting the collection. Due to the collection's large size and the team's focus being almost entirely on exhibitions, their attention was often limited to the most frequently displayed pieces of the collection. In fact, until the establishment of the Wissen department in 2017, ZKM has no dedicated department for its collection. Today, our museum is adopting an interdisciplinary and collaborative approach across departments for the conservation, restoration, and presentation of its digital and media art collection, with the two departments, Wissen and Mutek, sharing this responsibility. However, the absence of dedicated staff prior to 2017 has significantly impacted the current condition of the collection. The documentation has been and remains the top priority. In the past, the presentation and maintenance of artworks relied heavily on individuals with specific knowledge of particular pieces, essentially an oral history. As the team ages, unfortunately, efforts are underway to consolidate this knowledge, which is spread across various individuals, years of email communication, printed documents in different locations and other sources into a sustainable and structured documentation system, the Wiki. So the ZKM Wiki was originally developed by the technical team to organize all technical information, including maintenance protocols, on and off routines, and setup guidelines, whether they were just loaned, exhibited pieces, or part of our collection. Unfortunately, since 2013, this wiki was no longer updated with new information due to a lack of proper maintenance and user friendliness. However, the existing information was preserved as the wiki remained stored on ZKM servers. Another contributing factor to its decline was the gradual shift of responsibility for artwork documentation, moving from technicians to conservators. As this shift occurred, documentation practice also changed. Conservators who at the time were either untrained or hesitant to use the wiki began storing information in folders on the internal servers. These folders were categorized by document types: images, document, restoration reports, purchase, repair record, etc. And the documentation was often written in Word documents, leading to issue with version control, and the fragmented system became problematic. For example, images of repair would be stored separately from the report detailing it, and the accumulation of Word files stored by date and author was unsustainable, often resulting in corrupted files. That's why when I joined the team, I resurrected the wiki, improved it, and adapted to our specific needs. This revival not only restructured our documentation strategy, but also significantly improved the management of the collection, fostering better communication and mutual understanding amongst the various stakeholders involved in the artwork's care. Needless to say, since then, we don't use Word documents anymore. So as most of you probably know already, the wiki is a collaborative platform for creating and sharing content with others. The MediaWiki platform, which is free and open source, is a popular choice for creating wikis due to its robust features and large community support, the best example being Wikipedia. This is what we chose to build our wiki. It's stored on ZKM's local server also, which allows for in-house maintenance, space management, and eliminates the need for a third-party hosting. The MediaWiki offers a key advantage, which is the wiki text. It's a markup language that allows content to be written and formatted in one way that's easily readable and editable by both humans and machines. Wikitext enables users to format text, insert links, images, and other media, and create tables and lists with ease. We can also use a lot of templates, and so it's very diverse. So the main page. So the ZKM Wiki is available online, but only via login and password. So it's offering version control, external access for collaboration with artists and contributors, and convenient sharing capabilities for artwork loans. It also allows easy access for all teams with management of writing and reading permissions, including the option to grant temporary access if needed. The old wiki was quite basic, intended solely for the ZKM technical team. And as I said, it was abandoned for an extended period of time. So we decided that it would be more efficient to create a new wiki from scratch and importing the content from the old one into the new one for streamlining and organizing the information. Example. This software is my best friend right now. So the new wiki is designed both for the technical team and a broader audience, including curators, managers, artists, and researchers, making it more user-friendly and accessible. To enhance the usability, I customized the dark theme for eye comfort and implemented an info box, which is, that's a small one, and I directly borrowed it from Wikipedia, of course. So that provides a quick summary for each artwork. This was also done to reduce human errors and inconsistency between the database and the documentation. Through this feature, it's not yet fully available. We're still implementing for the automatic generation of the information. I consulted Morgan about what she would like to see on a typical documentation page, and then searched and installed or developed the necessary plugins. So these include support for drag and drop media uploads into the editing area, galleries, PDF support, custom video player, because we have a lot of video documentation, and highlighted text for warning and notes to improve the readability of important information. I also created the Bung Bao Team page. Because at first people were writing me mails and that was too much complicated for me, so I directly created this so they can directly add if they find a bug on the wiki, and then I know and I try to fix it. And I wrote also a tutorial for the plugin, so for example like the small video player. How do you use it into the wiki? There's example. There's a beautiful red warning, so people directly see that. And the documentation model, which is the most important part of the wiki, it's available to the public since 2021. It's largely based on the templates from the Matters in Media art projects, which we have customized to fit our specific needs here. The first section of the documentation focuses on curatorial concerns, covering aspects like the artwork's concept, images, exhibition detail, physical space requirement, and display specification. The remaining 3 sections are directed at the technical, register, and restoration teams, addressing the technical description, setup guidelines, packing instructions, and daily operation during the exhibition. So that's the example, so no images. And there's also this to have the more easy access. So I can give you the link directly to the I think I have it actually, if you want. Yeah, there's a QR code for the direct access if you want. And also to finish, because I'm running out of time, you can talk to me after if you want to have the link if you didn't catch it. But Morgan also created academic documentation, which is actually taken from our own documentation. And we just blanked out, of course, if there's like source code or institution loans or like confidential information we cannot share, of course. But that gives you a practical example of how the documentation here is looking. And we can share it if you want for educational purposes. Yeah. So that's basically the wiki we did. And now actually a lot of persons are using it. I'm having access requests a lot. And the last thing we implemented that was complicated was actually the security access, because when you have an artist that accesses the wiki, we don't want them to access the whole wiki, obviously. So I implemented a security feature based on the page category, which actually allows only certain access. So if you're interested, we can talk about that.
Thank you very much, Mathieu. Sorry for the technical difficulties, and I'm very happy that it worked in the end.
It was not me.
And it's good to see. No, everything fine. Good to see MediaWiki also, again, like I see it all over as internal documentation tools with some pros and cons. Really cool that you did this. Now there's a coffee break, and we're like 2 minutes over time. We kind of caught up. The thing is that I'll be running around and be with a very interesting, I don't know what kind of face, because I'll drag you in to kind of stay on time, because after the coffee break, it's going to be my talk. So enjoy the coffee, and I'll drag you back in. See you at 10:45, because I'll start at 10:50.
Thank you. Thanks. I'll definitely.
Yeah.
I'm on after him. Should I plugging in my?
You want to? Sorry. Yeah. Of course. Yeah, because apparently it was the
I mean, oh, okay. Can I just try? This is super interesting what you do. I'll completely. The level goes down when I start to talk. No, here. Yes. No, Thank you, Adela. I'll be around to keep your Q&A so you don't have to... Thank you. That's cool. But then I'll give the mic to you because I have those now. Hello and welcome back, everyone. I know you're still sitting, and I love the sound of the audience as you're alive, because this is what I'm missing in all online remote things. The noise of people in a room. Literally, like you could have all of you in Zoom sessions or whatever, and you'll just have silence. And therefore, I'm actually very happy to hear your noise and to see you being here for real. By the order of authority given to me, I will add 5 minutes offset to my presentation, because I couldn't get you in earlier. And I also have an alarm, so. Hello. No, can I get the mic back? Maybe? Where's the... I forgot that I'm usually moving while I do things. Test 1, 2. Okay, thank you. So, where are we? My name is Peter Bubestinger-Steindl, and I like to go with Peter B, just for fun. I'm a computer scientist. I think this is what I studied, computer science, at the Technical University in Vienna. And I've been with preservation, long-term preservation of audiovisual material since I was studying, so like 2001. Dude, I'm getting old. So now, time to say farewell to files and folders. Where do we start? So when I was preparing this, and I was like, okay, files and folders, actually they kind of hold us back. People always have to make decisions, file naming, structures, folder structures over time. Poof, my heart's beating while I think of this, because I had to think about this a lot. Who of you is dealing with file names and folder name decisions? Or other way around, who doesn't have to? Because recently I was like starting people who are younger than 20 years, and they said like, how do you organize your files? And they're like, we don't have any. And I'm like, literally pause. And they were like, no, we don't have files. We have everything in the cloud. I'm like, I get it. That's interesting, but you do have files, actually. So without files and folders, people, when I was talking about this idea that we could actually let go of having a mandatory, like you have to choose a folder, the file has to be somewhere. You're like, ah! No. So I swear, your files never were in a folder. It's just an idea, it's a concept. It's something that brilliant technicians came up with in like the probably 50s, then 70s. And like to give us an idea to handle files in folders. Like this is for business machine applications from the 60s, 50s. I'm not taking away your files or folder names. Where I'm taking you is imagine being able to seamlessly annotate any data anywhere, put key value, put information on any data objects. I will from now on call things data objects. And you'll be like, Peter, you did this in last November with an object storage, and I went full round trip, and we don't have to go big data, but we can. But the thing is, imagine you can tag anything anywhere, literally, doesn't matter what, regardless of which file format. I feel the silence, I like it. Basic and interoperable, like you just right-click, edit metadata, you just rename stuff in your file manager. Just imagine this being possible. Copy, move, merge any data from anywhere. And you don't have to like, oh, my friend's coming over giving me their MP3 files or whatever, media files or whatever, and now I would like to copy this on my hard disk, but I have my musical collection sorted really well. So this is me personal. And now in the institution, it's like, we really have a system there. You can't just, we have to ingest this. So who's done ingest and renaming files? How's it feel? How's it feel? Okay, so I have to move on. I think I found a way to go Lego on all our annotation needs. And I'm really excited about this. Why I love this is, first of all, I'm not really an artist, I'm a computer person. And then you have Lego blocks, all the same size and shape. And if you have enough Lego blocks, think digital now and translate this. If you have enough space and computing power, you can basically have basic blocks, pile them up, and go completely crazy. So where I'm taking you is, I do professional export-import business with data, digital, like all the time, and it's getting less funny, and I feel looking like this, and it's getting extremely expensive, and not that I'm making money off it, it's more like that this should not be like that, and it's not getting any better. And then I was like, something's wrong. But what actually is wrong? So this is a screenshot from a DEF CON security presentation by Dakota Nelson, and he had this nice quote that we are buried beneath the weight of information, which is being confused with knowledge, quantity with wealth, and abundance and wealth with happiness, but we are monkeys with money and guns. The whole quote is even better, and what I'm getting at is, shall we hum to it? What? How long does this go on, actually? It's funny. Is it actually doing something on someone's phone? I was technically curious about this. It's this 8-bit sound, actually. It's just like one of the 4 channels of the C64. What is that? Wow. So many magic moments we have together. Had my first alarm with you, while I said we're monkeys with money and guns. So my point was, we're actually dealing with big data. I don't know if you don't know the term big data, but it's like what all the big companies, and please, dear alarm, I don't know if it's he or she or whatever, but it's alarm. Great, I have no clue where in time I am now. I like writing denial of service attacks, but like being on the other side of it is like, put a pillow on it. So what I'm getting at is actually that we're dealing with data, and if you like it or know it or whatever or not, is that we are, like big data, the term, I'm like, dude, this is so big data, we need special things. We can't just put files in folders and use databases. We need different tech stacks. This is from 2000, 2003. And now all of us basically are dealing with the same issues because we have amounts of data mixed and whatever. And you've seen the Kafka presentation and so on. So we are already in the user zone of big data needs, but we're still being served with paradigms of the 90s, like files and folders, metadata being somewhere else. So I'd like to give you a sneak peek into the future, but the time will not allow for really doing this. But what's out there is, first of all, the future, Marty, is 10 years in the past. And that's actually not a joke, because there's object storage, The specification for object storage is from 2000 or 1998. It's stable. Schema evolution, really cool. You know what a database schema is? It's like you've got your tables and you've got these fields like title, person, name, last name, address, and so on. And now we want to add a new field. Oh, now we have to change this and everything. And schema evolution is something from a big data tech stack that you can change the database schema of anything you have. And one application may query it as the metadata scheme from yesterday, and the other one with your changes. And you may actually change the layout of your data on the fly without having to update and migrate everything. You just keep stable what you need to keep stable, change what you want to change, and it'll just keep running. Because there's companies who lose gazillions of currency units by the second if they need to migrate. So there's a lot of technologies that we just don't see in the GLAM sector that have solved these issues. File versioning, so you can just roll back in time. And the last one, which is the one I'm going to be focusing on right now, is extended file attributes. It's not by Wikipedia, but it's like there's an article on Wikipedia that I was linking here, and you'll get a link to the slides. So what are extended file attributes? Or in the Mac and Linux world called XAttrs, like extended attributes. Literally, you can have key value information on any file. And this is, do you remember? No. You can have key value information on any file. You can just like take a file and just annotate it with key value information. Now it's getting personal. You can really use a 0-byte file. Just imagine this. You like right-click, touch a new file, nothing, and you can just annotate a file that has no payload. It is the equivalent, technically, of a database entry, but you don't need a database now anymore. What does it look like? So here I wrote a small graphical user interface, because the thing is that these extended attributes exist since the same time, around 2000, but it was just the time was not right. Going back to the Lego blocks, the hardware and software was just not there yet, basically mainly the hardware requirements. But what I show you here is these metadata tags may seem familiar, like these are from an MP3. What I did was I extract the metadata from the MP3 and just copy paste it onto the file system level. The file system is where your file name is stored. So literally you can access this information from any file manager. It'll just not giving you the user interface for this now because no one has taken it seriously enough. But I've gone even further because it was too good to be true. It really works out of the box. If I take a Linux machine or a Mac machine, you can just take these attributes. macOS uses it heavily, but hardly anyone knows. It was just overlooked. So you can literally use the file system as a database. And what I did here was I take a 0-byte file, call it whatever, the file name doesn't matter, it's all metadata now, and I'm giving it annotation stuff, like I'm giving it the title, I'm database entry, and then I just add an identifier to something and an identifier to something else. So with this Lego block, I can now depict any object relationship of anything on the most fundamental level that all applications come together and agree upon since the 70s. And it works on all operating systems since around 2000. Just a bit rusty and dusty. Of course, persistence and reliability concerns. Like, yeah, we've had this. And when I talked like, in November, Dave was like, I remember there was in macOS, they had something, but and then things got lost. Yeah, but who of you still knows and remembers that files were just 8 characters, uppercase ASCII only? Who of you still worries? Oh no, we cannot use upper or lowercase because might actually get lost. Is worried? Yeah, me too. So for preservation, what I do is like I make a text file or some other workarounds if I'm not totally sure if all my environment will support my file name or file system information. This building, that actually I was told it's true, they like rotated the building. So if there's a will, there literally is a way. And there are many things that you can do, like import, export, because now it's just data. And you can import, export this. If your data is crossing a bridge that you're not comfortable if it goes somewhere, like you can write your file objects on an LTO tape, and you have these extended attributes with it, like tar supports it. Like tar is a tape archive format. And if you find an application that does not support it, well, file a bug report, take it seriously. Like, it's like, where's the... We've got Unicode emoji characters in file names. If we want it, we can have it. It's not a technical issue. It's like a supply and demand thing. So, finally, after decades, please give the file name and path a place to deserve. It always was just metadata. It was just information for us humans to structure data. But technically, it was a technical handle, and still is, where the machine and the file systems meet. So, let go of this. The real thing that a machine needs is some sort of identifier. And then the file name is a metadata field. The path is a metadata field with delimiters. And now imagine you can have more than one file name. That's a 0+ field. Same for path. Now this is like back to the burning car dude taking away our file names. He said he's not, but he's gonna. No, just think it's optional. What I tell you here is not the future, Marty. It's actually the present from 2015 and before. It's all there. It literally is all there. It's already supported. I tested it. So imagine, what I have here is, you're probably familiar with adding a bookmark in your browser. What do? You go like, save. How's it feel? Like this? Like, shit, dude. I didn't choose a path. Dude, I did. There you go. There's a path. You can. But what I did for my recent work, I just made one folder and like save. And what I did was use tags. And guess what? It actually feels really good. And now imagine you can give it a path. You can give it more than one path. Music collection, artist, album, track. But this is the CD my friend burned me, so I find this under, samplers and so on. So an object it doesn't have to be in one place. It's just information now. It just is information. And add any information later, as you like. Right-click, edit metadata. The identifier, for metadata and data alike. Now there's another thing. A guy walks into a room and asks a dog, what's the difference between metadata and data? And the dog looks at that person and says, I don't know, the size? Or how often you want to read and write it? I had no clue, dude. But if you have like a media object, there's something that's like big and that they have on LTOs and archives, and that they don't want to change, and there's other stuff that they have in their catalog which they do change or access more frequently. So you've got big, small, ephemeral, and more steady data, but technically there's no more need to distinguish between meta and data. And you can address anything by an identifier. Databases do it, file systems do it, object storages do it, why don't we do it? So you could literally just have all data of your private, personal, institution, whatever, in one pool. And just go like, hey, cool, I can actually refer like the link to open data thing to Wikidata, and the other thing is in the CKM, and the other information is actually there. And if I add magnet links and I have everything on right-click, edit metadata, dude, it's like I don't even need a special application anymore. I just need a front end for my Lego blocks. I came up with the concept of collision-friendly IDs. This is a subject for another time, and it's really interesting. But yeah, we now have generic meta and data building blocks. And the first thing I'm using it is to actually finally tag my personal photos and files, because I refused of doing this, and it's getting a real mess. Like, here's my daughter, here's my family, here's my home, here's this event, this, that. I can all put it in file names, but I never put it in any application because I've done import export for so long of metadata that I'm like, please make it stop. But now I've done it on a file system. And I just did it on my Linux machine, like tag, Lena, copied it over the network, over Samba, on my network storage. I did not configure anything. I just had to set one flag with Samba, copied it back, and I have my annotation there. I'm like, this feels really good. Really good. So if taken seriously, I'm just offering new opinions and options. You can embedded metadata. You need to parse file formats. MP3, MP4, MP7, MP21. Some things cannot be annotated. Ever tried to annotate a text file or a JPEG? Give a JPEG a title? Go for it. You can, I did this. You can just go in, copy paste existing metadata, pull it out on the file system, key value, copy paste, copy paste, copy paste. I don't need to embed metadata anymore if I don't want to, and I don't have to care about the file format anymore, literally none. Annotation spreadsheets. Who of you opened the spreadsheets to annotate your collections? I do not believe you. Like seriously, that spreadsheet for annotating your collections. The Kulturpool project in Austria, we've had 200 institutions. Many of them still use Excel as their main database. Not necessary anymore. Right-click, edit metadata, save. Relational database. Yes, they have their pros and cons, but for many cases, you just want to annotate your objects. You want to describe relationships. This image is the cover artwork of this. This photograph was from this event. That event now is like just a thing on my file system. And so on and so forth. Sidecar metadata files, I could go on. Many of these things just resolve into fluffy happiness. I literally like, and you know me, I never like these Playmobil things like, hello, Lego, and you can just like recombine everything. In the Linux world, we have tools that are 20 years or older, but they're Lego blocks, and we can just combine them. So what's missing yet? Proper user interfaces. And basically the mere will to go from 8 characters like we did in the past to long file names is the same thing, and build a smooth computing environment supporting this. Because if we do this, we may get a storage system that allows us to annotate any data and connect all institutions, if we want to, with a common blueprint for a storage that you can use to annotate, like cover 9 out of 10 annotation needs. I challenge you on this, or challenge me on this. If I'm really overlooking anything, please let me know. I would really love you to get in contact with me. I'm working on this for 2 years now, and I'm looking for bright minds or interested people to make a project to actually not invent this, it's already there. We just have to pick up the pieces and make an orchestra. So we can stabilize our data in a generic way and refer to meta and data equally and get out of the never-ending migration, update, import, export, exhaustion, madness. Rainbow. Thank you very much. Do we even have time? We don't.
There's some presentation. Do we have a question from the audience? All right, pass right here.
My question is there a limitation to the length of key and values in XX attributes? And an additional question, in your first slides, there was a description field visible. What is this? Is this also a feature from X attributes or just on the right? Yep, this key value description.
This is I just wanted to have a description for what you could have, like the doubling core things and have a short description. That's the save button also isn't working yet, but yeah. Yeah, the length of the key value is limited and depends on which file system. But for now, it's around like several kilobytes to depends. But I would say that first, if we like have standard text move there, like just embedded metadata, it'll already make us quite happy. And if we're happy with this, we can then, yeah.
Hi, Ross Spencer. I've been following along online on this project. Definitely would love to collaborate maybe. I did have two questions. Can you round trip to NTFS and APFS and back to whatever, I forgot what the links were.
I've tried ZFS, I've tried X4. I read about ButterFS. I have not tried HFS Plus, but I read that it actually does it.
Yeah.
So we can actually, for some I can say, yes, I tried. For some I say, yes, I read about it. And for some others, let's give it a try.
And just on the primary, like, are we promoting metadata to like, I mean, it kind of always is. Like, it is kind of like a primary source of information in its own right. Do we have to think about exporting this file system metadata separately, backing it up in some way?
That's what I said before. You can and you probably should, because now it's becoming important. And the basic tools provide that you can just dump this as information. So in order to stay on time, I'll move everything to later. Thank you very much.
Back to the original role?
Yeah. So, back to the program. This is not mine. Christian Sievers on data modeling and archive for all art genres. And we tested, and you can just
plug in.
Yes. Voila.
Yeah, we take it.
Yeah, there it is. Oh. And yeah.
Okay.
What a relief.
Of course, we've had the gremlins already.
Yeah.
They've eaten.
Okay. All right, thank you for having me. Very happy to be here and to see so many colleagues working in the field and adjacent fields. And so I am an artist. I have been teaching art for many years at this school. And now I've moved to a new position where I'm helping to build a digital preservation and publishing platform for the collections of 5 art and music academies in my home state of North Rhine-Westphalia. So Andreas Kohlbecker, he earlier talked about joining data streams, and in a way that's also our job, but we do this manually with people and in person. But we're trying to build basically a pipeline. And we've had to develop an approach to describe artworks across all art genres in one system that maybe is useful to others out here. So this is the project. It's financed by the Ministry for Culture and Science in the state of NRW right now. And we're in year 2 of this 3-year project. And since year, we have a team of 10 people working on this. This includes developers, and it includes musicologists, art historians, people that specialize in working with structured data, like library scientists. And the purpose of the project is to catalog, publish, and preserve the digital and multimedia resources of the art and music academies of this state. Right now, with the option to extend it further and go nationwide, go international. Actually, going international seems easier than going nationwide in Germany. But to pick it apart, so to catalog, we enable and also we conduct the professional indexing and cataloging of these collections. We make it possible to publish the collections. You know, these are sort of, it's a big
it's a black matter. All these schools, they have collections dating back 40, 50 years sometimes, and nobody knows about it. And it's quite, it's good stuff in there. And they just have no way to publish it, even if they have the rights. And sometimes they have the rights have to be cleared. And so basically this will become public. It will see the light of the day. And we'd also build a user-friendly web interface for this that will be able to be used by artists for making art, for scientists, and also for public use. And this is coming next year, I guess. And also we'll enable the ingest and transfer of this resulting data and metadata into long-term storage. And we have a partner, which is the Hochschulbibliothekzentrum, and the State Library Service Center. So it's also tape storage, and they have one of those robots, and I still really going to want to visit that. And and of course, the question is, what can they archive with us? So we are the platform. We're not the archive. It remains their possession, basically, their responsibility. But what do we accept? So we accept everything that is already there in digital form. We don't retro-digitize. But anything that they think should be archived and saved and published. And we don't take anything that falls into the remit of libraries, like, open access strategies. They're really better at doing this, so we're happy to not do this. So basically, in short, we're providing a portal through which these academies can catalog, standardize, and make this stuff accessible and secure it. But anyone who's worked with universities professionally knows it's quite a job. So we had to go and talk to people in these 5 academies. And we have a few fairly professional archives. They're all isolated. Yeah? At some schools, they have collections of individual institutes or professors. A lot of it is historically grown, often cataloged to also homegrown standards. And we will also get a lot of, this is the idea, a lot of very fresh contemporary student graduation works. And this is not just art or not just music, it's also theater and or design or dance. And so basically nobody has been, I don't want to say crazy, I don't think we're crazy, but nobody has dared to design a database or a model that encompasses all this in one system. And also we're at the edge of artistic production, and a lot of which is trying really hard not to be categorizable. And we'll take that also. And in terms of file types, it's we'll have to, we give advice, we're happy to help, to standardize, to secure this stuff, but basically it's we get what we get, and then hopefully it'll be working in 100 years. But the big question in the beginning was, how do we integrate this extremely heterogeneous data into, encompassing all art genres and different types of media, and how do we keep the system as flexible and as open as possible while preserving this scientific accuracy about this, research data, which is and some of these archives, they're incredibly detailed, so we have to preserve all this also. And the other thing is, it's not just an archive of artworks, but also it's sometimes it's lectures, or it's conferences, or it's training materials that is deemed archive worthy, and easy to imagine why. And of course, you can't record, this as artwork. So the model has to be able to do this. So our answer was we use projects as an overarching term. So we don't have an archive of works, but we have a project archive. And so we had to actually look what kind of information is there, and breaking it down to a minimum. You say, okay, there are the projects, there are the digital objects. which can be one file or many files, and you have actors, we have people involved. So the digital objects are the actual files, need to be indexed and preserved. And then there are different classes of objects, in some genres, contemporary photography, it's easy. So the file embodies the work. It's synonymous with it. You just archive the file. If you do anything that's time-based arts or net art, it's impossible to preserve. So you can only document it. Theaters like this, or dance, of course. You can, and then there's also the case that, and ZKM will know about this very well, where you have to, the parts or the files, when installed, then they help to constitute the work, like, videos that are part of a free channel installation. And so, and then there are many projects with the performative character. Music is 100% performance. And for each project, there are several performances or productions or exhibitions, and each with different people involved. And then these actors also have different rights to the project or to the resulting files. And how do you manage this? So we introduced the concept of the event. What is an event? It is something that has taken place at a certain time, in a certain place, of course. Then you can categorize them. There are types of events, and there can be many people involved. Actors, kind of one or many roles in the same event, and then these events result in digital objects. So they're always in between. So they play this completely central role. And so what I just mentioned about actors and locations and files, it's not directly linked to the project, but it's attached to the events. So as an example, you have an artist. Let me just check the watch. You have an artist, and he, 5 minutes, okay, I will skip this. Talk to me later. So types of events, and this is just a selection, and you have about 40 different kinds, and all of these are used by one genre or the other. And one of the things we learned is we can't afford conceptual purity. And for me, coming from a contemporary arts background, the way that musicians or musicologists think, we might as well be from different planets, right? So if you want to be able to work together, you have to sort of let these worlds collide, and that's messy. So there's no purity anyway. And so when we're creating this data model, we base it heavily on Lido, which in turn is based on CyDoc-CRM. Many of you know this, of course. And CyDoc-CRM is, as far as I understand, is coming from an archaeological background, from an archaeological need. And I would like to get this thinking about a history of events established in the arts much more, What happened to it, when and where, who was involved, how did that impact the things that we now end up with? And I don't need to tell ZKM or KHM, where I come from, about media archaeology. You know this. And so basically, to finish up, so we provide a semantic web, a linked open data connectivity. We deposit our metadata to Europeana and other aggregators, whoever wants it, basically. And we love Wikidata. Work with it a lot, and everything we do is enriched with authority files. We get whatever we can and use this. And I hope that these classifications and taxonomies that we had to develop are useful to others. Really would be grateful to talk to anyone who's into this. And we've published it, and so on a personal note, having taught young artists, I wish we could make them create an awareness of of how much in danger their work is, especially early work, and especially how important this early work is for later development. And so this is an appeal to somehow, I don't know how, get this going. It won't be, we won't be able to do it as a big, overarching. It has to be grassroots anyway, and it has to be people's personal archives that have to be good, and also support this. So basically, we have to train people. Or I think academies have to train young artists. So anyway, we'd love to network. Please say hi later on. I'll be around, or if you want to know more or to give feedback. I think we have about 2 minutes for questions, which sounds perfect, right? Thank you.
Yep. 1.35 minutes. Yes. One question.
Which Lido version did you use for the project? Version 1 or the? There are two. I don't remember exactly the naming, the numbering.
I'd have to talk to the people who are involved on a more technical level, but I think it doesn't matter. We'll not yet, right? We're not at the stage where we actually transfer the materials into long-term storage or publish the metadata.
Thank you. I have to. Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you. Next is Nicolas Pisson from CNA about developing a shared authority file for Luxembourg's cultural institutions. I'm always excited if it works. Still, never ending. It will. So while this is looking for your signal.
Yeah.
You may.
No, you don't need this, right?
Right, yeah. Exactly.
Okay. So as Peter said, I'm Nicolas Pinson, working at the Centre National de l'Audiovisuel in Luxembourg. And I'm going to present to you a project that's called Shared Authority File for Luxembourg's Scientific and Cultural Heritage. We call that LUDAP for short. And that's how I'm going to refer to the project later on. Okay, so a brief overview of the presentation. We're going to talk organization, so human resource-wise, how the whole project works. Then we're going to have a look at the tools that power the project that rely heavily on open source. We'll see about the features that are already in place and those that are being developed. And then we'll go over a few stats to give you an idea of the status of the project, more or less. And then a few questions if we have time. Okay, so organization-wise, since the project is interinstitutional, involving the whole 8 cultural institutions of Luxembourg, it's a challenge to organize the work of everyone, since we're not in the same organization. And so we needed an organizational structure. This structure has 4 committees, a coordination bureau with 3 persons, including 2 external contractors and a person in the employ of the Ministère de la Culture. So these guys, they coordinate the whole project, activities of the various committees. They ensure that information flows harmoniously between everyone that needs to work together. Then we have a governance board, which is the decision body of the project. So if we need to hire some expert for a specific issue, that has to be validated by this board. It includes 8 members from all 8 institutions, cultural institutions, so that everybody is represented. So yeah, these guys, they validate the yearly planning, stuff like that. Then we have the editorial committee with 9 members from all 8 institutions. And these are the guys that are in charge of the documentation of the project, that basically work on the data. So they organize work groups to work on the data, for merging data, maintaining the data model, these kind of things. They also work on including new features, new data sets to the project, things like that. And then we have the technical committee, which I am a member of, which has 7 members, including an external contractor that works for a local national IT company that helps us with the development of custom code. And so we at the technical committee are the advisory body for all technical concerns. So if any of the other committees need advice on a technical issue, they turn to us. We also have a ticketing system to solve issues that come up along the way. Each of these committees have subcommittees, working groups that work on dedicated specific issues. For example, us at the technical committee, we have a round-tripping working group that's dedicated to this specific issue. These subgroups, they can include people from other committees as well, so that information is easier, travels easier in the project. So for example, in the round-tripping committee, most of us are technical guys, but we also have 1 member from the governance board that can relay information to this other body, and also 2 people from the editorial committee, because we need their input on what they need the feature to be doing. So that's about it for the organization part. Let's have a look at the tools that power the project. So this is a little complicated for this schema, but we won't go too much in detail. Just see up top is the representation of the Wikibase instance. So that's our central repository, the central database. On the left-hand side, you have the other DBs. So that these are the collection management systems of the participating institutions. So basically, everybody in the institutions uses different data models, different formats. So in order to get a common ingestible file, we had to build custom code that extracts the code from the various DBs, be it XML, CSV, whatever they use, and this extractor builds the RDF file that is ingestible by the common DB. Then you have another piece of custom code that is in charge of ingesting the data. There's also a shape expression schema that controls that the data is actually compliant with the data model that we use. And then everything goes in. And the same integrator also allows us to get the data out, and ideally then we'd be able to reintegrate that data that comes from the central DB to the local systems. Because the whole added value of having a central database for us, it's that records that end up in the central DB are richer or higher quality than those that come from the individual systems. That's the whole advantage. In the end, what we hope to achieve is this round-tripping, data round-tripping I was talking about. So let's say that two institutions have each a record for the same person, and they don't have exactly the same information. As they end up in the central DB, they can be merged, and so one enriches the other, and each of the sending institution can then retrieve the record from the central DB and reintegrate it richer that it's sent in the beginning. That's the whole idea behind the project. Also, we hope that this project helps to shine light on our collections in our alternate way, because everybody has an entry point to their collections individually, but this also helps give a central point of entry to collections for everybody. Okay, so that's it for the tools. So I won't go in detail on the tools that Wikibase uses, because most of you seems very familiar with this. We use BlazeGraph for the triple store, Elasticsearch that has already been mentioned in the other presentation, so I won't go in depth on this. So all of you guys know what Wikibase is. Okay, so features we have already in place. This is just a representation of the volume of the datasets that have been sent by the various institutions. So the ANLUX there on the right is the National Archive. This is here the National Library, and you have other institutions there. This represents the volume of data that each has sent. So you can see that it's pretty diverse. It's a collaborative project in which not everyone has the same quality of data, not everyone has the same volume of data, but everyone works together in order to try and make the whole group benefit. Okay, so already in place, we have authority data for persons, so names. We only cover that for now. We intend to include other datasets later on, but for now, we're mainly focused on a named authority list. We can create records in Wikibase directly, one by one, which is not very advantageous. But the tools I was talking about earlier, the custom code bit, allows us to send batches of records from our individual systems to the central DB. And we also use a feature of Wikibase that is called, we call it merge candidates. It's a feature that detects duplicates, so that's what I was talking about earlier. These two institutions sending sending different records for the same person, the system is able to detect that there are possible duplicates and they're flagged, and somebody has a look and decides whether or not to merge them. It could be an error also, people having the same name but actually different persons. So this requires manual human intervention, but it's a very interesting feature because, as I said, that's where the added value is. So these are the features already in place. We intend to include collective agents, so corporate authors also called. That's an ongoing task in the project, so the editorial committee is working on this. We expect to start to see the first records by the end of the year, beginning of next year. After that, the editorial committee intends to work on places, also authority records for places for 2026. We also have in development a public interface that allows the wider public to access our records. This is currently being developed, And there is this round-tripping feature of which I've spoken already, and for which we're still looking for developers. So should anybody be interested, don't hesitate to contact me. This could help. And yeah, that's about it for the features. A few stats to give you an idea of where we are. So as I said, or maybe I don't remember, there are around 30 people from the eight cultural institutions that work on this project. So that's that can seem to be a lot of people, but you have to keep in mind that all of us have our daily tasks, and working on this is additional. So everybody has to find some time to put in some work on this. Add that to the fact that it's an interinstitutional project, so that has organizational challenges. It's kind of slow as a project. It progresses quite slowly. We have twice a year plenary meeting where everybody gets together, talks about what has been achieved, what we intend to do, maybe constitutes these committees to work on specific issues. So twice a year plenary meeting. Every committee has its own meetings, about which it reports on the project's wiki. The frequency of the meetings is variable. It depends on the availability of people and also the workload that we have to tackle. So approximately every 2 months, this committee meets and issue their minutes of meeting on the project's wiki, so that everybody can have a look and see where the others are. We have around 2,000 records already ingested, of which 300 have been merged. These merging operations, they take some time and they require some expertise. So it's not a lot of records, but as I said earlier, this is what's interesting in the project, being able to enrich records from various sources. So yeah, that's about it. Any questions about this? Yeah.
Test and so, am I? Can you? Yep.
Thank you. Hi, I'm particularly interested in the checks validation process.
Yeah.
Because I found that to be quite challenging and like infrastructure like Wikibase not really supporting meaningful validation. So I wonder what kind of tool chain you have in place there. Do you validate a whole data set at once that is going to be ingested, or per item? And so forth? I would like just to know some details there.
So from what I experienced, you have validation steps at both this step here. So when the data is extracted from the local DBs, the RDF file that is produced is validated for conformity with the data model. And then you also have another validation step before it is ingested. So it's validated twice, as far as I understand. But if you have more specific questions, don't hesitate to write me an email, because I'm not the very technical guy that writes all of the code and knows all the ins and outs. I've written some bit of Python for this, for my institutions, but I don't have necessarily a global, complete, comprehensive view. So don't hesitate to write me an email. My email is at the end of the presentation. Yeah.
Yes, we have a question from the online audience. The question is, what happens when this effort, after the project concludes? What happens?
When the project concludes?
Yeah, what happens?
Oh God, I don't know. As I said, this is a very, it's quite a big project for Luxembourg, and it's quite slow, so there is no end in sight for now. I couldn't tell you.
Yes, they go on to say, is there a way to ensure continuity, or does it simply cease to exist?
You want to pitch in? Okay, sure. Yeah.
Hi, so I'm jumping in because I'm sponsoring the project. So, yeah, so this project started 6 years ago. It was a really desire from the 8 cultural heritage institutions to work together. It's a way for us to create upskilling and to create a project of value across all of the 8 cultural heritage institutions. So the continuity is truly based on a political motivation. So, you know, talking to your higher ups, in my case, as my chief of staff and my minister, to really raise awareness of it, and also but then also talk to the directors of the different institutions to encourage them to allocate funding and resources to these projects. And also the motivating factor of the individual people working on such a project. So, so for the continuity, it is quite slow. But we're also facing GDPR issues, for example. So the scope was much larger. Now it's only dead people because we can't have alive people. it's a whole thing. And then, and so now we want to expand, as Nicolas said, to other data sets to kind of enrich it all. So I don't think there's ever gonna be an end. The biggest issue is to maintain momentum and not to stagnate. I think that's more of an issue that we could face or are sometimes facing. We don't want the project just to drop from planet Earth, and it'll just keep going. And most importantly for us at the ministry is capacity building and skills development, truly, because this then has offshoots into other areas within the cultural heritage sector itself. I don't know if this answered the question, but...
So Alessandra is the member of the coordination bureau, one of these 3 people working in the coordination of the project.
Well then, thank you very much. Next, we have Caroline Jill Rodriguez. A little knowledge can go a long way. And as you may introduce yourself slightly, I will hook up the notebook.
Okay. Hi, I'm Caroline Hill. I'm a conservator of time-based media at the Museum of Fine Arts, Houston, and I also work on a consultant capacity with Electronic Arts Intermix in collections and preservation topics. We need a password, I think.
Same as the username, Lucas.
Thank you. Oh, got it. Sorry. There's yours. Where's mine? Sorry.
No worries.
Ah, yeah, that's what I did.
Be good.
Almost.
Yeah.
There was one you were missing on slide 8.
Oh, that's okay. We can roll with it, I guess.
Okay. You can perform it live.
Yeah, maybe we try some very beautiful video. Whatever.
Okay, so then.
And maybe yes, go all the way back. Sorry, you're getting a little preview.
Perfect.
And this is for you.
Take this.
Okay.
Well done.
Yes.
Handing it over to you.
Thank you. So yeah, hello again. The intention of this presentation was, to give sort of an overview of 2 work in progress conservation treatments on artworks with aging, obsolete technology, kind of like running with the theme of the conference. And to provide a bit of context before I jump into the nitty-gritty, I am working at the Museum of Fine Arts in Houston, the 12th largest museum in the world, spanning 70,000 works in the collection. And time-based media is just a tiny sliver of that collection, with about 200 time-based works spread over a variety of mediums, formats, and genres, including video installation, electronic sculpture, single and multi-channel video, and software-based artworks. The museum started collecting time-based media art in the late 1980s, and since then the collection has grown exponentially. Just a factoid, maybe, that the main curatorial departments collecting this kind of work are modern and contemporary, photography, Latin American art, and Asian art. So I will focus on this work by the artist Jenny Holzer, entitled Isms, Selections from Truisms, 1977 to 79. Holzer famously and strategically placed her text-based art in public spaces, and her series of truisms, one of her most well-known, and one that she started as a student in 1977. And they include phrases both conceived and appropriated by the artist that distill simple truths in the style of an aphorism. In fact, the title of this presentation is one of those truisms, right? Holzer would print and anonymously post the sheets with this text throughout New York City. And later, Holzer explored the use of LED lights, which had, in 1982, this sort of newfound capacity of displaying moving text. And so her first project with this technology was, in fact, 1982. And it was a public art fund commission for the Spectacolor board in Times Square, which is the image that you saw in the last slide. So the work had been installed in the recently inaugurated, as of 2020, modern and contemporary wing of the museum, and had been on display since then, until it started glitching seemingly all of a sudden after being on view for 3+ years, right? These things happen. And so, as you can see in the video that just finished, the unintended effect is that the middle 3 panels remain static as the text scrolls horizontally. So about 10 minutes after it's turned on, a full text sequence, including the middle panel, scrolls by normally, accompanied by the color and text animations that are characteristic of the piece. And so after this, let's call it startup sequence, the middle 3 panels freeze and show static fragments of the text from the previous sequence. We reset this and turned it on and off several times, time-tested method, out of the recommendation of an objects conservator who had been caring for this work prior to my hire. But nonetheless, the issue persisted. The documentation on this work can be described as thin. We had a few email correspondences with the fabricator that Holzer worked with for this series, and basic acquisition paperwork. So I was able to speak with Kevin Fossey, the founder of Kibo Works, a custom-led and engineering practice, and the person that Holzer worked with, over video call, and he explained to me that while advising conservators at the Guggenheim for a 2024 retrospective or exhibition on Holzer, that he encountered this issue where the SD cards that the work was prepared with had this known issue called read disturbed, which caused this type of malfunction over time. This error is found in flash memory devices and caused by multiple read operations, and their effect on flash memory when no writing operations occur. causing the cards to be worn out and leading to inadvertent reprogramming and damage caused by cross-coupling noise. So Kevin suggested that I take out the memory cards from the sculpture and back them up and recopy them onto new SanDisk Max Endurance cards, which are these cards that are specifically designed for dashcam and surveillance cameras. And this is just funny. According to the spec sheet, they're designed to last, of course, and are temperature, waterproof, and shockproof, and have an estimated shelf life of 13 years. And so this all, at least to me, seems so simple. I extract the SD cards, copy the contents onto long-term storage, copy these files back into the new Max Endurance cards. But nothing in media conservation is simple, and in the process of copying the contents of the 3 SD cards, I came upon a card that would not mount, and I've used various commands on both terminal and Windows, and then the other cards out of the set of 3 would mount, but one would not copy over using rsync or the cp command. Could not even analyze it using checkthis. So after a lot of trial and error and making friends and maybe annoying the help desk team at my museum's IT department, it became clear that I was dealing with corrupted or damaged SD cards and the files that were contained within them were unreadable. So this prompted a bit more back and forth with Kevin and our contacts at the Holzer studio. Kevin's messages required a little bit of interpretation and dissection. Those that are not engineers, that have to speak with engineers might know this feeling. But fortunately, I had the company of Adrian Hernandez, time-based media conservation intern during the summer to help us parse through the mysterious contents of these SD cards. And so these cards contain a sequence of RIP files and a single SHB file, which is what you saw in the previous slide. So Adrian worked on dissecting notes that Fuzzy sent into digestible chunks with a paraphrase and reorganization section, which you can see here. And this might not be novel or even look like standard time-based media documentation, but this helped us tremendously in understanding how this whole thing worked together. Especially working with binary files with little context, not knowing what programming language was used, and without being able to open up these files on Visual Studio Code or using some hex editors, which ultimately I was able to find a hex editor to open these files, but regardless, I'm gonna move on for the sake of time. But maybe this is where I have to mention and champion the work or the archival work done within the artist studio, because if they had not had backup copies of the artwork assets and sent it to us, we would still be dealing with inoperational artwork. This whole process, which you can call treatment or maintenance, also allowed for museum staff to gain a deeper understanding of the technical aspects of the piece. For example, the museum did not know that the work had a known duration, which is 4 hours, and did not have technical diagrams, the media assets used to produce the files, et cetera, et cetera. So the video is a video of the piece running properly in the lab, and I'm happy to report that it will be installed in the coming weeks. And so this is the video that's not working, so maybe I'll talk through it super, super fast. To speak to this work by Elias Crespin called Equilateros or Equilaterals. This is an electronic kinetic motorized sculpture made of a series of 21 suspended triangular shapes with lead ball weights attached to each triangle point that move in a predetermined choreography, sort of like in wavy shapes. Imagine that, maybe. So this work is on display in the same modern and contemporary wing as the Holzer, but contrary to the previous case study, this work had undergone various conservation treatments over time. And so there was like a surplus of documentation, artist interviews, operating instructions, diagrams created by both the artist, his studio, and staff. Nevertheless, there were some gaps, and it was complicated to make heads or tails about what had occurred when and that kind of thing. So maybe this gives you like a better view. So you can see in the image on the left, each triangle has a stepper motor associated to it. Each pair of up and down arrows in the user interface below. It's kind of tiny, but each up and down arrow represents one motor, which are the little boxes with the black stripes around the body in this image. And so they each have a spool of monofilament, the end of which runs through a hole in the white base that leads to the lead weight hanging below. So in this case, the computer, when this was created, was a gumstick computer on module, and then it was upgraded to a Raspberry Pi 3, and now it's running, or potentially will run, on a Raspberry 4. And this computer sends instructions to each motor through the driver boards. And the software directs the artwork to go through 43 sequences, each of which defines the specific arrangement of triangles and nodes. I'm gonna breeze through this then. So museum infrastructure was what prompted this treatment. The museum that I work at is in the southern part of the United States. And it's a region that has been consistently impacted by climate change, habitually experiences hurricanes, tornadoes, and has poor public services, including faulty electrical grid, which causes power shortages on a regular basis, which is what you just saw. Fluctuating in power led to the sculpture improperly shutting down, and then resulted in the monofilament threads to become entangled around the motor spool, which is what you can see there. The lines of broken monofilament were untangled and new weights were added. We lost some weights during this art incident. But issues persisted, and museum guards noticed that the artwork was unbalanced or lacked sync, which meant that the sculpture needed to be recalibrated. Many triangles and nodes were not functioning as they were supposed to. And so when the artwork is in this zero position, all the triangles are like on a level plane, and ideally 5 feet in height from the floor. However, when the artwork was placed in this zero position using the artist's software, the triangles were not all in the same plane. So I'm gonna give a lot of technical detail maybe here, but maybe to summarize and end this. Throughout the process of scheduling and enacting the calibration process, several power outages occurred. And so this has been an ongoing conversation. In fact, it's a treatment that has not been finished. So I've been in constant communication with Elias, working across messaging platforms, WhatsApp, email, text, and working across time zones. And this is the kind of partnership that you could say is rooted in a radical generosity, and that is only possible because we understand each other well, and there's a lot of mutual trust, and maybe leave it at that. And my acknowledgements. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Since it's your lunch break, there is time for one question. Comments?
No? Thank you very much. It's like I think it's awesome to see that if you would know more about things, and I don't know how often you've mentioned like raspberries or whatever, something. So being able to keep these things alive is proof that you need to have open things, as far as I understood, and documentation. Thank you very much to all of you as well, and to you. Now is time for the lunch break. I do not know more details than is written in the program, so I will hand it on.
Lunch is where we had coffee. Yes, thank you, everybody. So lunch break is upstairs. And then, yeah, so you'll be back at, what time? Yeah, so next is going to be, we're back at 1:25. We noticed a scheduling error. It's been fixed. So if you want to look at the online program, this is wrong. So thank you very much. Bon appétit. Guten Appetit.
Dankeschön.
We're back. We're back. Hello, welcome back. This is the second half of the program. I'm Christina. We're excited to have some wonderful presenters for the rest of the day, beginning with Joey Heinen. He came all the way from Los Angeles County Museum of Art, and we're excited to hear more about your work.
So apologies, I'm sticking to script because it's a tight time frame and I don't want to ramble, so we're going to do it this way. But thank you very much to the No Time to Wait Planning Committee and the ZKM for hosting us today. I'm very excited to be here and share some of my research in a middle development stage. My name is Joey Heinen. I'm the Digital Preservation Manager at the Los Angeles County Museum of Art, where I oversee the long-term preservation and sustainability of our time-based art and archival collections. I wanted to give this brief talk today as it felt like a serendipitous moment, given some work I have been doing for two incredible artists, Stena and Woody Vasulka, who have a lifelong legacy of pushing technological innovation with a commitment to open source tools and communities. So their ethos feels right at home to this group. They also have a long history with the ZKM, who have many holdings in their art collection and archive related to the Vasulkas. So thanks to the staff here for helping to support this legacy. It also just so happens that the MIT List Center is organizing a survey show of Stena's work, which opens this fall in Boston, if anyone happens to be there. And in preparation for this show, I was asked to assist in some research around the technological aspects of Stena's practice, given my decades worth of experience occasionally assisting in their archive, which mostly resides at their home and studio in Santa Fe, New Mexico. Today I wanted to present an example of an artist's archive and some recently digitized videos, how it can contribute to our understanding of the history of open source development, its successes and complications, and make a case for building stronger connections across collections to tell a more nuanced and thorough history of these key and often overlooked histories of technological innovation. As I mentioned, this research is still in development, so today I hope to share my current progress and give you a sense for what areas of this research I am looking to build upon. So first, a little background on Stena and Woody. So Stena and Woody Vasulka are often described as pioneers of video and new media art and worked collaboratively and separately from the mid-60s in New York City to Buffalo, New York, to Santa Fe, New Mexico in the 80s until Woody's passing in 2019. It would be impossible to do their prolific career justice in this short period time allotted, but I wanted to briefly diagram some of the key through lines that led to the developing tools in the digital space in their practice and how they pushed the limits of what was possible to do with the technology of the time. Throughout their careers, there was one constant, the exploration of the signal, its immediacy, its behaviors, architecture, and its innate potential. This started with explorations via audio signals for which they would connect synthesizers such as the Buchla or the EMS VC3 and manipulate the voltage control to create unique and dynamic imagery through video systems and monitors, such as those seen in the example on the top right. This led them to realize that the signal had a life beyond its intended purposes, and they also began to play with video synthesizers such as George Brown's Programmer, where they discovered the potential of horizontal and vertical drift, as seen in their work Matrix, which expanded the bounds of the traditional film frame and showed video images moving from one monitor to another. Stena continued to incorporate sound as an integral ingredient in her practice, perhaps best seen in one of her most enduring works, Violin Power, in which she used the amplitude of the sound waves from her violin through video synthesizers to manipulate and in some cases decimate the image. Violin Power will reappear later on in her practice as a performance and immersive installation, which, as you can see through these other examples, Stena's work took on many forms: installation, mechanical sculpture, performance, video, etc. The Vasulkas worked with a multitude of tools such as multi-keys, scan processors, colorizers, frame buffers, and so on. But of course, in this period of time, artists needed to rely on connections, usually to broadcasting stations and commercial enterprises who own these cumbersome and quite expensive pieces of equipment. While Stena and Woody were able to procure some of their own equipment, they started to build community in their new home of Buffalo, New York, and decided in the mid-70s that they wanted to explore building a new synthesizer that would allow them to move into manipulation of signals in digital space. Originally a collaboration with Don MacArthur, they eventually teamed up with computer science engineer Jeff Shire to build the digital image articulator. Their goal was to create the first video synthesizer using digital signal processing, converting analog signals into digital binary, and using programming interfaces to interpret and manipulate this converted signal. They began by using static pattern sequences, as seen in the image on the right, first gradated stripes and step patterns, and later more complex geometric patterns. They also used simple commands that worked with the arithmetic logic unit of the PDP-11 computer with the LSI-11 processor board to combine the patterns in a multitude of ways, discovering how logic and arithmetical equations could offer discrete control over individual pixels. Originally built on a 4-bit system, this offered up to 16 levels of densities that they could control in the image, but eventually expanded to an 8-bit system. This tool allowed them to eventually use their visual vocabularies, keying, buffering, tiling, in live feeds, effects which notably were adopted in professional sports broadcasts just a few months later. This period of time also demonstrated an archival aptitude in their practice, in that they would record the development process in videos and also in many schematics and sketches. They wanted this knowledge to be shared and for others to benefit from their discoveries, so as to make the tools more democratic and open. This idea would only continue to expand in their work. Always ones to stay on top of, if not in front of the newest developments, Stena and Woody's work saw further expansion with the introduction of the MIDI protocol, or Musical Instrument Digital Interface. This new innovation was also buoyed by the Sensor Lab MIDI controller box, which would allow for manipulation of signals from MIDI instruments through computer programming. This was an exciting development for Stena as she could further explore the potential of real-time systems. Of course, the learning curve for this was extremely steep, and very few tools existed for allowing users to program these sorts of responses through MIDI. Interactor was one of the first tools that they played with, designed by Morten Subotnick and Mark Cornelio, though it would only serve as an inspiration for tools they would later build themselves. It was built for Macintosh with a graphical user interface that could interpret MIDI messages and allow for responses to be programmed within a linear scene-based structure. For Woody, the ultimate goal was to use MIDI messages to be interpreted in object-oriented languages and offer discrete control over mechanical objects that he had found in the Los Alamos Lab's salvage areas, such as the Celestial Navigator, a slip-ring assembly rotate pan tilt camera, which would eventually be used in his interactive installation series, The Brotherhood. For Stena, she was interested in using MIDI to be used for real-time control of audiovisual clips and sequences, which could be manipulated by MIDI instruments, such as the Zeta violin. Scripts were eventually written in C that could control laserdisc players, lighting controllers, servo motors, solenoid valve controllers, and many other types of hardware. In refining the use of the MIDI and software tools for real-time manipulation of signals, Stena returned to violin power and reimagined it as a performance. I'm going to turn the audio on for this part. In this performance from 1996, we see Stena in a projected environment, using source material from past video works, such as the selected tree cuts, one of the earlier works generated through the digital image articulator. As Stena plays her MIDI violin, the pitch and velocity is programmed along with a laserdisc player to allow her to progress the images forwards and backwards with varying speed, and also to allow for distortion, or as Stena would call them, displacements. Displacements was a term, that she coined during their analog phase to describe ways of distorting and interrupting the signal. In working with Russ Gritzo, a former engineer at Los Alamos Labs, she's able to write scripts in a C-like language that allowed for these displacements, first staging the performance in 1992. She would continue to refine these scripts over the years, such as with other engineers like Peter Biles and Michael Saup, who also worked in C, but also explored other tools being developed at STIM, the Studio for Electro-Instrumental Music in Amsterdam, who also designed the Sensor Lab MIDI controller. One such tool was the graphical user interface tool LISA, or short for live sampling. LISA functioned in a manner somewhat similar to Interactor in its use of a scene-based structure, though it expanded on building pattern sequences for real-time sampling and manipulation of sound waves, not just simple send and receive messages. Another STIM tool, Big Eye, developed by Tom DeMeyer, aimed to receive video information and encode it in MIDI for similar aims of manipulation, buffering, sequencing, and synthesizing. But limitations in its processing power left Stena wanting more. This would change in 1996 when Stena was appointed the artistic co-director of STIM and was paired up with Tom DeMeyer, the developer for Big Eye, to design a new tool for video manipulation, Imagine. It was not like Big Eye in that it was not built using MIDI as the unifying protocol, but was very similar in its use of buffering, sequencing, and discrete control over digital signals, in this case the pixel plane rather than audio signals. Advancements in the PowerPC chip and the advanced RISC machine processing meant that video signals could be manipulated in real time, expanding from 15 frames per second and 120 by 150 resolution to 20 frames per second HD video. Having a multitude of control options was essential to Stena, including the core image displacement effects that had long been part of her vocabulary, soft keying, emulation of scan processing, and newer effects such as slit scanning, which built upon soft keying and can be prominently seen in Stena's Warp. It was important for the tool to have a more intuitive user interface design with immediate real-time processing, not relying on rendering before you could see the results. It utilized a graphical user interface to allow the user to control discrete aspects of the frame and save these in sequences that could be referenced in real time. The temporal manipulation controls allowed for the buffering of images caught real time, captured milliseconds apart, and would generate an image that was a composite of discrete time frames that dynamically cycled through. Like the articulator, the displacements could be mathematically driven, approximating waveform oscillators and other emulations of analog synthesizers through table interfaces. But Imagine went one step further by allowing these manipulations through the pixel mapping. Imagine would not only be used in much of Stena's late 90s videos into the new millennium, but could also be interfaced with tools such as Isadora, which would allow for real-time manipulation of video in a performance setting. Mark Cornelio, developer of Isadora, claims that the development of Imagine directly influenced a lot of thinking around the development of Isadora, with mostly differences in terms of the interface design, and this would later be attributed as some of the early precedents for the design of Max MSP. It is worth mentioning that all these tools and related documentation were free and openly available, but this begs the question of what precedents existed within the new media artist community that might have differed from development and distribution models in the commercial sector. While I intend to further probe the inner workings of the Vasulka's tools and their use in specific artworks, I'm also wanting to make a case for the Vasulkas and their archive within the research discipline of media archaeology and the broader open source movement, which is where the next phase of my research will reside. Many of you are probably familiar with this excellent publication, The Emergence of Video Processing Tools, by Kathy High, Sherry Lee Hawking, and Mona Jimenez, for which the Vasulka's analog works are well represented, as well as some of the digital tools mentioned today. Of course, there's a long history of artists creating digital and computer-generated artwork, which, through the early 70s and 80s, was generally aided by access to residency programs at research labs and manufacturing facilities, a la Bell Labs, MIT, or the NYIT Computer Graphics Lab, where artists such as Rebecca Allen designed some of their first programs for computer animation in the early 80s. Many of these facilities employed supercomputers, such as the Cray XMP, which of course were very cost prohibitive for independent artists. Tools such as the Quantel Paintbox emerged, which still came with a high price tag, or the Atari ST, which had an extremely steep learning curve. And then of course we have tools that came much later that seemed greatly inspired by this key open source development ethos from the 90s, such as Max MSP and Arduinos. How do the Vasulkas, their artwork, and their tools in the development process contribute to our understanding of these histories, or perhaps fill in some gaps? This also further begs the question of the source material for these histories, and the Vasulkas are one example of artists who built a relationship with lots of different institutions who hold different pieces of the puzzle. Over the past decades, many institutions have made efforts to hold the Vasulka's archives, and this is not to say that their efforts have been unsuccessful. However, some of these institutions have since folded or have been absorbed by other organizations, so continuity and transfer of knowledge becomes a problem. Also, given the immense spread of the Vasulka's work, both finished artworks, something Stena often had conflicted feelings about, or works in progress, their many collaborations with other artists, and the many materials they amassed as they developed and documented their tools, the archive in reality exists across many holdings, many times in duplication, and some of their material has never left their home and studio in Santa Fe. Of course, as someone who works at a nonprofit legacy institution, you grapple with the reality that permanence is not guaranteed, advocacy is constant, and archives are not necessarily forever. It takes a lot of work for robust, complicated collections to be described and discoverable, and the resources to build and maintain access systems is difficult, let alone the struggles to continue to exist in general. This leads me to wonder about linked data systems and to tell a more complete story of this archive and expose the duplications and absences. My inquiry into these systems is very nascent, and I do not want to undersell the difficulty to adopt such systems in order to be able to participate in some of these linked data projects that I've listed here that are focused on artist work. It was interesting yesterday to hear about OpenRefine and some of the issues with data conformity and specificity, but also very interesting to hear about the talks this morning about some data standards that are emerging. Nonetheless, I think it is only going to become more important for our collections holdings to be able to interface with other institutional repositories, to present more complete and authentic histories, and also to facilitate the preservation process in the face of technological obsolescence. As I said, this research is pending, and I very much welcome your thoughts and experiences on how to make artist-related archival holdings more open and interconnected. So I look forward to hopefully sharing updates soon, but I wanted to leave you with a couple ZKM and Karlsruhe related morsels from the archive. On the left, we see a football match on display at the Karlsruhe train station as Stena zooms in on the various menfolk in attendance, which felt like a nice tie-in with the recent Olympics, as well as an installation at the ZKM of Fabrizio Plessi's Tempo Liquido, which is listed as being on view in 1993. With that, I conclude my talk. Thank you for listening, and I look forward to discussing now if time permits or throughout the rest of the conference. Thank you.
We don't have very much time for questions. Maybe one short one, if anyone has something. Yes.
Thank you very much for this very interesting historical thing. When you mentioned open source and then Max MSP in the same sentence, I was surprised I did not see pure data in there at all.
Yeah, I suppose I mean more in not saying that that tool is open source, but that some of these earlier open source tools.
I know, but that you have not mentioned pure data at all. It was just, I was surprised.
Yeah, well, certainly something I can look into for my next phase of research, but.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for your time. Next up, we have Arnaud Obermann from the Staatsgalerie in Stuttgart, a time-based media conservator. And we're going to be switching over for just a minute.
Okay. I need a second.
Yeah, of course.
Actually, I can put it in directly. So. No audio? Yes, audio too. Okay. Other side.
Okay, this is just easier and easier.
Maybe that one. So. Cool. So I just have to fix the audio. Müsste passen, oder?
Das mal, oder?
Nö. Weil hier ist angegeben als Kopfhörer.
Das ist reingetragen alles?
Ja, müsste gehen eigentlich. So, hello everyone. Thanks for having me today. Yes. I'm a conservator of time-based media art, and I work for the Staatsgalerie Stuttgart, a museum in the south of Germany. I won't say much about the Staatsgalerie, but I will give you some brief information about my working environment. The Staatsgalerie Stuttgart was opened in 1843. The museum's collections include more than 5,000 paintings and sculptures, 400,000 graphic prints, and around 150,000 archival documents. Its time-based media art collection encompasses more than 1,700 objects. About 500 objects are videos and films. Around a third of these are artistic works, and 2/3 are documentations. The collection of audio recordings contains more than 1,200 objects. About 70% of these recordings are artistic productions, the rest are precious documents. My contribution today, as discussed with Alessandra in advance, will be dedicated to the topic of analog advocacy, and will continue to emphasize the need for such advocacy with the help of a few examples, with a focus on the most authentic presentation possible. But let's start with the artworks.
and an artist that needs no introduction. A special multiple in the musical field is Mozart Mix by John Cage, the artist's homage to the composer Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart. It was published in 1991 by German curator, publisher, and museum director René Block in an edition of 35. The hinged wooden box contains 25 endless cassettes featuring performances of a variety of compositions by Mozart and 5 portable desktop cassette recorders with built-in speakers. The listener was originally encouraged to select 5 tapes at random and to play them simultaneously. The work relies on the chance configuration of Mozart's works as they merge and overlap to form a new composition. But before I continue, here's an audio sample. For demonstration purposes, I've created a multi-track recording with 5 tracks and panned them to simulate room acoustics. The original listening experience of John Cage's Mozart Mix was described as an interesting experiment in simultaneous asynchronous loops, but please judge for yourself. And please take a look at the waveform of track number 1. You will distinguish a 1-minute loop. It is actually the intro to the Papagena-Papageno duet from Mozart's Magic Flute that will be repeated. But just start there. You get the picture. The Staatsgericht Stuttgart acquired Mozart Mix from the Gallery René Block in 2018. In the Anglophone museum world, the involvement of conservators before acquisition of time-based media artworks is standard practice. Unfortunately, in the specific case of John Cage's Mozart Mix, conservators were not part of the acquisition process. Questions concerning the long-term preservation of the artwork, the authentic installation, or the technical obsolescence of the components could only be dealt with after the completion of the acquisition. In addition to the components in the wooden box, we received 25 CDRs as well as limited specifications for the installation of the artwork using CD players. We also received a notice that was added to the manual. I quote, "Please note the following. The endless cassettes of this edition were produced in the years 1991, 1992, and therefore extremely fragile. These should not be exposed to longer periods of playback. No guarantee can be given for the durability of those audio carriers." During the quality control of the artwork, we analyzed the CDRs and did a data backup of these carriers. The CDRs were created according to the Red Book standard. As a result, contain stereo audio data with 44.1 kilohertz sampling rate and 16-bit resolution. All of the recordings show a very significant noise floor, as you surely have noticed during the audio sample. Maybe this is related to the production of the endless cassettes, or it can be traced back to the first digitization that was initiated by Gallery René Block. Another problem occurred during quality control. Without being able to play back the original tapes and the CDRs not being properly marked by the gallery, we are not able to match both carriers. By comparing the 25 optical discs, we documented different lengths. For example, the CDR with the Papagena-Papageno duet, track number 1 in the multi-track recording, is 59 minutes and 52 seconds long. Track number 2 has a length of 61 minutes and 33 seconds. So it is obvious that the length of track number 1, as well as the waveform proof this, that while digitizing the original tapes, several loops were recorded. The CDRs are not digital images of the endless cassettes. TDK, the Japanese company, produced these endless cassettes in different lengths. 1-minute tapes, which would fit the duet, as well as 3, 6, and 12-minute tapes. The first digitization commissioned by the Galerie René Bloch was certainly carried out to the best of the knowledge of the publisher. René Bloch himself also informed us about the creative process that led to the Mozart mix. I quote, "The original recordings were created while transferring audio snippets from vinyl records onto the endless cassettes. The digital version, as René Bloch calls it, was produced around 2010, but the publisher couldn't give us further information about the realization. It remains unclear how this first digitization was conducted and which workflow was utilized to create the CDRs. As I mentioned before, we also received specifications for the installation of the artwork using CDRs. I quote, "Simultaneous playback of 5 CDs must be performed while using 5 CD players that are spatially dispersed in the exhibition room, preferably CD players with built-in speakers. Another note by the gallery caught our attention. I quote, "Visitors should not change the CDs. This should be done probably several times during a week by authorized staff." This alternative presentation is acceptable but questionable, not only with regard to the sound experience. How is this to rate in respect to the authentic presentation? Is the visitor only a listener, or is the visitor still able to influence the composition, the sound experience, the Mozart mix? While doing research on the artwork, I found this picture. It was taken at the Museum of Contemporary Art, Australia in 2006 during an exhibition called Multiplicity. As you can see, at this exhibition, the visitors were able to freely choose the cassettes and to independently operate the portable cassette recorders. John Cage created already in 1969 a sound installation called 33 1/3, where he enabled the visitor to interact, in my opinion, similar to the Mozart mix. 33 1/3 consists of 100 vinyl records and 12 record players that are spatially dispersed in the exhibition space. The visitor is a crucial component here. Asked about the missing interaction while presenting the artwork with CD players, René Bloch answers, "John Cage didn't give a specific manual for the installation. It was important to him that the sound sources should be dispersed in the exhibition room and that the 5 Mozart recordings should be played simultaneously. It is not a visual artwork, and the newly created sound experience is the core of the sound installation. The technical realization is not restricted." End of quote. So I'm just gonna press play. If that's okay. So these endless cassettes in different lengths are still up for sale. We're able to buy some tapes, as you can see, and we started testing. Our next goal is to create a set of exhibition copies. Should we succeed, this would certainly be preferred and the most authentic solution. In combining this approach with hardware storage as a preservation strategy to be able to maintain the playback equipment, the life cycle of this artwork and its authentic display could be prolonged. Alterations can't be avoided and change needs to be addressed. I assume John Cage would have liked that. As long as installations can be presented with authentic playback equipment, this should be supported and the specialist know-how documented and transmitted. Through artworks like Mozart Mix, younger generations can be introduced to those audio carriers, their handling, haptics, and functionality. Doesn't work? Let me try this. So it may take 6 minutes again until we hear something, but it's fine. Mozart Mix is still a work in progress. A new digitization of the original endless cassettes, according to the actual archiving standards, is mandatory. However, as events sometimes come thick and fast in museum operations, we installed the work just a few weeks ago in accordance with the specifications of the Galerie René Bloch. but we will continue to work on an alternative, more authentic form of presentation together with our curatorial team. So I'm going to just continue. This is the Musiktruhe by Swiss artist Dieter Roth. Musiktruhe is the German word for jukebox. The jukebox is equipped with 59 7-inch records. 4 of them are very limited records by Dieter Roth. This assemblage was created for the opening party of the artist's 1979 solo exhibition at the Staatsgalerie Stuttgart. The jukebox only became part of the Staatsgalerie's collection in 2016, despite a mechanical defect. The jukebox is a model from a product line manufactured by NSM, 1970 to 1982. In 2015, the former owner borrowed the Musiktruhe for an exhibition. The defect was discovered after it was returned. The selection mechanism can be operated via the control unit, but the disc will not play. There are several possible reasons for this malfunction. Defective fuses or gumming up of the mechanical parts, as well as porous round belts, can impair the functionality. Last year, we were able to purchase a used intact jukebox. This may enable us to obtain spare parts in the future. However, it is a slightly different model, which can be clearly seen here in the direct comparison on the control unit. In the following short clip, you can see the original playback sequence. In this case too, it seems essential to us to restore the original functionality and thus the auditory and interactive aspect of the artwork. In a further step, of course, the original vinyl records would also have to be replaced with exhibition copies. To exhibit this jukebox in a non-working state wouldn't live up to the artist's reputation, nor would it be easy to communicate to visitors. The article, The Care and Handling of Recorded Sound Materials, by Gilles Saint-Laurent from 1996, begins as follows. Sound recordings are machine-readable artifacts. They are documents for which the integrity of the information they contain is directly related to the artifact's physical well-being. This sentence describes recordings on analog sound carriers as well as, in a figurative sense, digitized recordings and digitally generated audio files. In the case of an artwork that lives through the use of analog playback technology, the physical well-being of the playback device is added to the dimension as a component, resulting in artworks of huge complexity. The long-term preservation and authentic presentation of these artworks are certainly our priority. However, these goals are not necessarily achieved at the same time. Current archiving standards often do not cover the requirements for an authentic presentation, which ultimately only emerge through detailed analysis of the individual artwork and subsequently through a well-founded restoration concept. If we want to enable authentic presentations in the future, we still need to develop individual conservation strategies for these objects. So actually this will repeat in 6 minutes because the tape that is the loop tape that you can still buy is a 6-minute tape. We'll see, maybe later on. Finally, I would like to draw your attention to a find from the last few months. Its treasure hunt was achieved in close collaboration with the Stuttgart Study Program, together with Nadja Walaskowitz, who will have a talk tomorrow. At the beginning of the year, we began digitizing a collection of 120 open re-recordings This collection includes 4 well-preserved tapes labeled NG Pike, Studio Bender Köln, circa 1960. I don't need to say much about Nanjun Pike, the father of video art, either. However, there are only a few sources that deal with his early compositions and performances. Some scores and pictures, here for example from the catalog Aktion Vernissagen Personen by the photographer Manfred Lewe, have been transmitted. This photo from 1959 was labeled Pike's Instruments by Lewe. Pike was able to work in the WDR's studio for electronic music from the early 1960s. The writer and composer Hans G. Helms, who also worked there, described Pike's approach in 2001 as follows. He picked up all the scraps of tape lying around on the floor and used them to compose pieces at home, put them together. The composer adds, "To be honest, I no longer know what became of the pieces." At first glance, you might assume that this recording is damaged. However, it is a sound collage in which different types of tape and materials have been assembled on one reel. This results in different signs of aging, which characterize the appearance of the tape. During the examination of the open reel recordings, we discovered different markings on the back of the tapes. These tapes therefore contain specific metadata that is unique and exclusive to the original carrier. In order to capture this metadata in its entirety and to preserve it independently of the life of the original carriers, we decided to document the tapes through video during the playback process. An identification of these recordings has not yet been fully completed. Pike presumably used them as part of a performance. It remains exciting, and we will continue our research. Without the preservation and maintenance of the playback devices, and in this case the very specific expertise and the great exchange in the specialist field, such objects cannot be recovered and made accessible or communicated in an understandable way. I'm happy to repeat the words of Richard Reinhardt and John Ippolito here. Only you, the preservation community, this community, can prevent the end of history. But now I would like to show you about 2 minutes of a recording that has not been heard by a wider audience since the early 1960s. And please pay attention to the markings. That it Thanks for very much.
Any questions? Anything burning? Okay, in the back. Just a minute. This one. This one as well. Yeah, okay. Hold on, get behind. Thank you.
I haven't understand the main question. Who pay for that to be done, and who pay for that to be restored, and who is interested to pay for this generally?
You mean the restoration for it, or the
First, who paid for the original, I can't say masterpiece, but for original thing, and then who paid for restoration, and what is the financial benefits of this restoration, and who pay for that?
So actually it's in our collection. So the museum is interested in safeguarding those artworks. So it's what we do. We preserve those artworks, and who as for the I mean, you mean for what? For the cage or for the pike open reel? I need to be more specific. Which one of those artworks? They are all in our collection, so it's all our goal to maintain them and to preserve them.
Thank you. Anything else? Wonderful. That was great. Thank you so much for sharing.
For me? Oh, yours. Yes.
Pardon us while we have a switcheroo. Next up, we have Felix Mittelberger and Barbara Filzer, and they're going to present on their work as well.
No, do you want it unplugged?
Yeah, the computer, no sound is playing.
Oh, yes. It's just unplugged because the sound is only on here. But this is the folder with it.
But can you play it from the computer, not from the web?
Yes, it's on the desktop.
Yeah.
Sorry, my mouse skills aren't so good, so there's a bunch. So yours is in here. And then just okay the zoom. Okay.
Thank you very much to the members of both the organizing and the host committee for offering us this platform to present our work. I am Barbara Filzer. I'm an art historian based at the Karlsruhe Institute of Technology.
I'm Felix Mittelberger, Chief Archivist of ZGAM. I already introduced myself. No Time to Wait is an apt call not only for the preservation of audiovisual cultural heritage, but also for the full archival and scholarly description of preserved artifacts. In fact, in our understanding, this is an integral part of preservation efforts and vital in rendering archival material accessible. As you all know and suffer from, budgets are tight, and in the day-to-day work of museums, there is hardly any room for the substantial commitment this sort of groundwork demands. Also, it is work which mostly does not produce outcomes that conform the accepted measurements, units of productivity of museums and universities, naming exhibitions or publications. Usually the effort put into this kind of research remains largely invisible, despite providing an important informational base for curators and researchers to proceed from. Introducing students to archival description to us appears to be one way to raise awareness for the work involved in caring for archival material and collections, even for such mundane objects as this. The aim was, of course, also to gather relevant information about these objects and document it in a way that it could be entered into a collection or archival database.
We tried to tackle this task in what evolved into a series of 3 seminars with students of art history from KIT between 2020 and 2022. These took the videotape archive of the pioneering US-American video collective Raindance Foundation from the late 1960s and early 1970s as central object of research. We briefly introduced the Raindance Foundation and the scope of the foundation's video archives at ZKM. This is followed by a closer look at how we went about researching and describing material from these archives in the classroom, which also includes a basic description of the ZKM archival database. To conclude, we highlight important outcomes. The Raindance Foundation was founded as Raindance Corporation in 1969 in New York City and is usually only referred to as Raindance. The group's membership fluctuated even over the first few years, and key contributors had already left by 1972. Among the early associates were Frank Gillette, Beryl Corot, Paul Ryan, Ira Schneider, and Michael Schamberg, and it was Schneider who basically kept the Raindance Foundation going until 1993. Raindance set out to fight against, in the words of Paul Ryan, that system of perceptual imperialism called broadcast television that puts a terminal in your home and thereby controls your access to information. End of quote. To counter television's all-pervasive onslaught, people would need to engage in, the phrasing is again Paul Ryan's, cybernetic guerrilla warfare. Their weapons of choice were the relatively small and lightweight video cameras and recorders that were first marketed in the US in the late 1960s by Sony, whose Portapack became eponymous for affordable portable video systems at the time. Raindance were, of course, not the only ones seeking to establish some form of counter-television to the large US broadcast corporations. They were part of an interconnected but fractious scene that encompassed collectives across the US, such as the Video Freaks, People's Video Theater, and Farm or Video Free America. Raindance, however, were probably the most vocal among these early adopters and gained notoriety through their publishing activities. Radical Software first and foremost. Appearing from 1970 to 1974, this newsletter-turned-magazine was pointedly characterized by media historian Deirdre Boyle as, I quote, the video underground's Bible, gossip sheet, and chief networking tool, end of quote. Besides writings on theoretical and practical issues of video, Radical Software also contained brief notes on video activities and information on video initiatives in the US and abroad. And an important feature in the early issues were the listings of tapes available to buy, exchange, or rent, appearing under the header Cultural Data Bank. Another Raindance publication that influenced the perception of early activist use of video in the US is Guerrilla Television, written by Michael Schamberg. The 1971 book contains advice on how to make alternative television, but also doubles as Raindance's manifesto, opening with a theoretical exposition of the seminal role portable video was to play in the media revolution happening at the time. The guerrilla television they called for did not simply want to provide other content, than regular broadcast TV. It aspired to building an alternative electronic information system that was supposed to be participatory in nature. Raindance thus conceptually foreshadowed online video sharing platforms. Raindance's print publications granted the group long-lasting visibility. Despite Ira Schneider's efforts at preserving their audiovisual legacy, however, their work with tape, like much video from that era, has largely slipped from sight. The rapid demise of analog video formats ushered in by the advent of digital recording and storage played its part as well.
With the Laboratory for Antiquated Video Systems run by Dorcas Müller, ZCAM houses the expertise and facilities for restoring and digitalizing obsolete analog video formats, thus laying the essential groundwork for bringing this important part of media cultural heritage back to light. Also involved in this effort are the ZCAM archives, which are tasked with indexing and describing the tapes entering the archives. ZCAM holds large bodies of tape from both the Raindance Foundation and a number of individual members. The core is formatted by the collective's more than 500 tapes that were handed over to ZCAM by the Museum of Modern Art in New York in 2009. Between 2000 and 2022, the video archives of the group members Ira Schneider, Paul Ryan, and Frank Gillette were gifted as additions to the Raindance video collection. Together, the holdings comprise more than 2,300 tapes in a wide variety of formats, many of them in open reel. They include, among others, recordings of the collective's own activities, interviews with people on the streets, taped talks by contemporary intellectuals, meeting of video makers, counterculture events, current affairs, and addressed by politicians recorded off the TV, as well as experiments with video aesthetics and materials used in media art installations. All of these tapes have been indexed in the database and photo documented at ZKM. Around 650 selected tapes have been restored and digitalized to this date. A selection of the Raindance archive has been shown at the ZKM in 2017 and 18 in the exhibition Radical Software, curated by George Parker, Judith Beer, and Margit Rosen. Videos dating from the group's inception to its formal dissolutions were presented alongside reconstructions of video installations by members of the group, such as Ira Schneider and Gillette's semi closed-circuit piece Wipe Cycle from 1969. In preparation of the exhibition, selected tapes were catalogued and annotated. The majority of the tapes, however, were not further described.
I chose the Raindance Foundation archive for the seminars because I've been researching and teaching early video for well over a decade now. The focus on archival description, however, came about somewhat accidentally. The pandemic restrictions had forced a change of plan that had to accommodate a sudden shift to online teaching, and of course all the problems that came with the closures of public institutions and research facilities. Seminar participants were provided with digital viewing copies of the videos via the self-hosted cloud of ZKM. The original material on formats like OpenReel, U-matic, and Betamax could of course not have been handled by untrained persons anyway. The ZKM archive database was made accessible via browser so that students were able to perform searches and enter data from at home. In the beginning, we used a cloned version. Later, we switched to the real database, but with access restricted to the sections we actually needed to work with.
Before the seminar groups gained access to the ZKM archive database, I instructed them on how to use it in practice. In order to familiarize students with what from them represented a new instrument of academic work, I introduced them to the basic benefit, structure, and functionality of a relational database. Over the course of the seminar, participants repeatedly practice entering data directly into the database, and in the end, we are able to create entries on their own. For this purpose, I added explanatory boxes that inform about what data to enter into the respective input fields and what format to use, for example, for dates. In the ZKM archive database, videos are regarded as data carriers, and thus collections of objects. One such data carrier, a single tape, can contain several objects or units of meaning. The archival description of the Raindance holdings thus involve the identification of instances where multiple recordings exist on a single tape, and the following division of these recordings into discrete archival objects. The segmented objects are then linked to other entities via the database, since the ZKM archive database is structured as a network of entities of different types. 4 entity types are linked to the archival item. There's, for example, person, groups, and organizations in their specific relation to the object, then keywords, works, and events. A video recording of people bathing in the nude, for example, as can be linked to Raindance as a creator, the Alternative Media Conference in 1970 as the event at which this happened, Goddard College as the institution which hosted this conference, and Plainfield, Vermont in the USA as the place where the campus is located. With these entities, building a network, references can also be established between each of them. For example, between persons and events, or between persons and work.
Working with seminar groups of about 5 to 6 students, the number of objects we were able to fully describe turned out to be relatively small. Around 10 to 12 tapes, about 20 minutes length per seminar. I had not been able to preview most of the Raindance material before the start of the first seminar, so I tried to identify thematic groups from the information transcribed from the labels. And that is how we ended up with about 17 minutes of naked people in a pond. Having come across a note reading Alternative Media Goddard, for example, I searched the database for further references to the conference at Goddard College. This yielded 9 tapes with recordings from this meeting of makers of underground media like magazines, comics, radio, and video, of course, which had been characterized as an elite Woodstock. Working with thematic groupings like that, the seminar participants were able to collaborate on gathering information, pool their research efforts, and exchange findings. This, of course, made the unfamiliar task of describing seemingly random recordings a lot easier. Other sets encompassed 6 tapes recorded at a series of meetings between members of New York video collectives and representatives of the New York State Council on the Arts in 1970. The heated discussions about how the generous funds promised by the council could best be allocated provided valuable insight into the collective's ideas what uses video could be put to. Another group of videos documented activities on the first Earth Day in 1970 in New York City. Among them, the closure of parts of Fifth Avenue to traffic for a few hours. These are examples of so-called street tapes, a genre peculiar to video that was explained as, I quote from guerrilla television, people standing on the street with a porta pack and picking up on what's going down. End of quote. Material dealing with video art also made up a larger set of tapes, including recordings of the first US exhibitions of the new genre, TV as a creative medium in 1969 at the Howard Weiss Gallery in New York, and, as you see here, vision and television at the Rose Art Museum at Brandeis University in Massachusetts in 1970. Seminar participants were tasked with identifying people, places, events, institutions, and in this case, of course, the artworks on tape. They then had to create the respective entries and link these or already existing entries, for example, from the ZKM biographical database or created by other seminar participants, to the entries for the video recordings. The information they had to start from were the mainly scant and sometimes puzzling notes on the tape reels and boxes. Thus, the amount of research that had to be done to be able to just put names to people, for example, was already considerable and not always successful. The New York State Council on the Arts meetings were such a case. Efforts were made to identify the participants, but foundered when it came to the people of color involved in the video makers' debates. This pointed up what seems to be a research gap in the history of activist and community-oriented uses of video in the US in these early years. Problems like this, but also issues like what kind of information warranted inclusion in the database entries, or how to determine a date of creation when none was given, were discussed in our weekly online class meetings alongside research strategies and progresses. In addition, students wrote short textual descriptions of the contents of individual tapes. They did this also for events, institutions, works, places, or people on these tapes that were relevant to the Raindance archives or media art in general. These texts had to offer factual descriptions containing relevant keywords rather than art historical interpretations, because in archival practice, the primary concern is linking entities with the respective archival terms to render them addressable and findable. Learning outcomes for the students encompass both knowledge of the history of media art as well as transferable skills regarding research techniques and the documentations of findings in an archival database. As far as subject content is concerned, the Raindance Foundation Video Archive also offered glimpses of the seminal cultural, social, and political events and debates of the 1960s and 70s in the US, like the Vietnam War, civil rights movement, women's liberation, growing awareness of environmental issues, and the first walk on the moon, aired live on television.
On the level of practical skills, seminar participants gained hands-on experience of that kind of standard groundwork that underpins any art historical evaluation, analysis, and interpretation of works. The seminars furthered an application of how much work and expertise go into securing and verifying historical data and the kind of basic description at the heart of archives and collection databases. Even through the seminar yield archival description only for a very small number of tapes, they provided information that further engagement with the material can build up on. In fact, some of the recordings the students had worked on found their way into another seminar project, the exhibition Antenna, Frequencies from the Archive currently on display at ZKM, which was a cooperation between ZKM and Karlsruhe University of Arts.
Working on individual tapes strengthened the impression that the Raindance Video Archive material from 1969 to 1972 represents the remnants of the electronic information system, this cultural data bank that they aimed to build. The seminars even brought to light research gaps regarding the early US video scene. Aspects of diversity, as I've just addressed, but also video's place within the wider alternative media landscape of the period merit further examination, of course, as well as the archive itself.
In light of this, it seems only natural to think about possible ways to muster further practical support for the full archival description of audiovisual material, maybe from outside the university classroom. An initiative like the Smithsonian Participatory Science Program, under which digital volunteers are recurring for transcribing archival documents, might be worth looking at more closely as a potential model. The participatory aspect would at least fit the spirit of guerrilla television. Thank you. And that
do we have any burning questions? Actually, a single one? Yes, in the back.
Hi, I'm Bria from the University of North Texas. I have a question. Was there metadata guidelines that the students were trained in to create content description, keywords, subject headings? And how was inclusive description incorporated into the records?
So actually, I have to admit, we sort of worked this on the fly because we really had to change plans really fast because of the COVID pandemic. What we had planned to do at first was more of a curatorial exploration of the archive. Something like that happened later on with students from the University of Arts. So we had to sort of improvise and develop these sort of, I think we never had formal guidelines, but we developed what we need in a very close discussion with the students and of course with Felix, who set up the database. And since we were such a small group, this worked out really well. I think we would have had problems if we had 20 students or more. So this sort of very informal classroom situation actually only worked with a group as small as what we had.
All right, that's all the questions that we have time for, but they would be happy to talk with you during the break. We need to thank you for your time. Sorry, thank you for the presentation. Next up is Johannes Goebel, an archivist and also former founding director of the Institute for Music and Acoustics in the ZKM. Welcome.
Thank you. Well, in our country, said Alice, still panting a little, you generally get to somewhere else if you ran very fast for a long time, as we have been doing. A slow sort of country, said the Queen. Now, here, you see, it takes all the running you can do to keep in the same place. This is what we came together probably to talk about, going down the rabbit hole or through the looking glass, trying to keep still what is running so fast. When a computer stops running, everything is gone. The bits stored outside the speed of the computer deteriorate in fractions of one human generation. They need constant labor and funding to be kept in air-conditioned environments, checked and copied. After the old man died, I find a dusty box in the attic. I open the box and see a photograph with the old man as a baby in the arms of his grandmother. I open a diary and a book and start to read. After the father died, there is a stack of hard disks and SSD drives and a list of passwords. No way to copy his data again and again and again and hope for the moment to look through the terabytes and thousands of photos. If he had only printed selected documents and had selected photos printed on photographic paper. During the Mali War in 2013, manuscripts handed down over hundreds of years in home libraries were started to get destroyed by the Islamic fundamentalists. I saw a picture of people in their home frantically digitizing the pages of manuscripts with a camera. A first generation of a digital archive is only good as long as at least a second and third generation can be made and are paid for. Just storing a first generation is in vain. So, is it possible to create a box, a digital time capsule, containing digital media kept in my home, forgotten for decades, and then watch and listen to what's inside? I can only present to you my considerations, research, and practical implementations. And then we, or rather the next generation, will see. In 1982, the audio CD started the development of optical discs, becoming the first mass-distributed small and sturdy commodity medium for digital bits. In 1990, at the very beginning of ZKM, we at the Institute for Music and Acoustics started together with the Center for Computer Research in Music and Acoustics at Stanford, the first digital archival project at ZKM. Two international boards selected seminal electronic music from between 1929 and 1970, stemming from 4 continents. The archive was eventually distributed on CDs to 20 institutions in 10 countries for access in their libraries. Shipping the archive on hard disks was not the way to go, as they had the known short lifetime, and we could not hope for the receiving institutions to check and copy them every 3 to 5 years. And at the time, music in libraries was accessed on audio tape, vinyl, or CDs. In 1991, we were able to get the first and very, very expensive Sony CD writer with a mastering suite to write and duplicate so-called Red Book compliant audio CDs. The Right Once optical CDR with a golden reflective layer was, and probably is, the medium with the longest expected data retention compared to all other available digital storage options under personal or institutional ownership. The different qualities of optical discs are well understood. The aluminum-based reflective surface used in commercial CDs, DVDs, and Blu-rays deteriorate within a few years when exposed to sunlight, temperature above max 20 degrees Celsius, and over 50% relative humidity. The discs with the golden reflective surface are expected to retain the data for 50, 100, potentially 200 years, but only that long again, only under constant environmentally controlled conditions. For the definition of Ediama's preservation strategy, the following criteria played a major role. Oops. Was I already there? Where am I? Oh, there. The mechanical, in quotes, storage of the bits embossed into a medium similar to the grooves in vinyl, as opposed to magnetic or electronic storage. The data distributed over many physical objects, like the disks. If one breaks, only a very small part of the archive will be affected. Industry-wide agreed standards for physical data and error correction structures guaranteeing hardware and software compatibility. If need be, accessible by cheap, self-contained commodity players, no need for host computer hardware with changing operating systems and software. And eventually, zillions of such optical drives littering the surface and dumps on this planet. Great for reverse engineering. All of us here know ad nauseum the tables that list the data retention of different digital media and the required storage conditions, with most rewritable media retaining data between 5 and 15 years, or SSDs between 5 and 20,000 write cycles. Even LTO tape will not reach the announced 25 to 30 years, but will deteriorate very, very quickly if air conditioning is interrupted. It goes down, if the humidity goes up to 70%, the data retention goes down to 5 years, which is quite a difference. All this said only in regard to the longevity of the bits on the lowest physical level, independent of the obsolescence of hardware and software. After my time at ZKM, I was asked in 2002 to guide and define MPAC from its initial architectural design, construction, and infrastructure through to implementing a program of time-based arts production, specifically under the integration of digital technology. Since its opening in 2008, so it took 7 years to build this building, the curators commissioned, produced, and showed in the studios and venues more than 130 new works in time-based visual art, music, dance, theater, film, installations, etc., often quite large and complex. Around 400 artistic production residencies in the development of these new works were supported by the curatorial and production teams. And over 600 events have been professionally documented with a 3 or 4 camera shoot. How do we transmit to even only the near future the work realized at this, especially for the US, exceptional place? All of it will be quickly forgotten and lost once the yearly allocated funding by the oldest technical university in the US stops for this kind of program. No one would take care of the archive. Many new storage options have been developed over the decades, from QR codes stored on film in permafrost to holographic multidimensional engraving in crystalline structures, from DNA encoding to engraving in clay discs, or large-scale storage farms. If they work, these are proprietary. We cannot access our bits without paying for their storage regularly beyond the death of an individual or the demise of an institution. 2013, I came across the so-called M-Disc DVD, a writable optical disc that claimed to preserve its data for a millennium, while being accessible on most any mass-produced optical disk drive. Over the following years, I researched up to now in great detail the M-Disc, if it was too good to be true. I met with the inventors, an electrical and a chemical professor at Brigham Young University in Salt Lake City, and at our university we did a material analysis of the material components used in the M-Disc DVD and Blu-rays. I would like to quickly step through the reasons for data loss on optical discs. Here's a photo we took during our material analysis of the M-Disc. It shows 5 sections of the spiraling groove of a disc magnified 75,000 times. The oval pits are physical holes in the material. These pits, with the untouched land in between, contain the chain of zeros and ones. The length of each pit and strip of land holds how many zeros and ones follow each other. This is a cut through a factory-replicated DVD used for commercial distribution. The disc is stamped, similar to vinyl discs. To access the data, the disc turns and a laser is sent along the groove with the pits. It gets reflected by the shiny silvery layer, and the sensor detects the different reflections from pits and land, reconstructing the zeros and ones. The reflective layer is metal-based, aluminum, silver, or gold compounds, and it is absolutely essential to read the disc. It can get destroyed through UV light, like from the sun, or it oxidizes through the air and pollutants creeping into the disc from the thin edge around the periphery of the disc and the center hole. Once the reflective layer is destroyed, the bits cannot be retrieved again. On the right is a disc exposed to sunlight in my office over an extended period of time. A writable disc, as opposed to a factory stamped disc, needs an additional layer into which the pits are burned during the writing process. The white layer consists of a dye, a colored layer, into which the laser burns the pits. Thus, in the case of Oh, did I just say that? Yeah. Oh no. In the case of a writable CD or DVD, this layer is of synthetic organic compounds, which are again prone to oxidize and deteriorate and lose the bits. Thus, optical discs have two Achilles heels: the reflective layer for any and all discs, and the data layer for burned discs. If not stored under similar tight control of light, temperature, and humidity as other digital storage media, an optical disc may lose its bits beyond error correction and anywhere between 5 and maybe 20 years. In contrast to all other optical media, the M-disc does not need a reflective surface. It is transparent, as you can see on the top left, but can still be read by commodity mass-produced optical disk drives. And its data layer is made of inorganic, already oxidized and encapsulated material. The disk has been tested extensively in accelerated aging tests in parallel with other optical disks. Its data retention surpassed by far the other archival disks with reflective surface and a dye-based layer. Aside from the scientific tests, users tested M-disks under extreme conditions like boiling them in water, and they kept their bits. Who can we trust with all this? And if the M-disk is so exceptional, why did it seem to have disappeared after an initial interest in the early 2010s when it came out? I learned that this small startup company in Salt Lake City distributing the M-disk was a strategic and commercial failure. They were incompetent to communicate and place the disk with relevant archives, but were aiming for the mass market. The disk is currently available through Verbatim. We purchased for MPAC special orders without any added top layer for labeling to keep any unnecessary chemicals away. Each disc costs around $1.60. Like any DVD, the M-disc DVD holds 4.7 gigabytes. To satisfy customers' mode of thinking, to want more bits on a disk, a Blu-ray with a rock-like data layer and with up to 100 gigabyte has been put out on the market. But Blu-ray discs absolutely need a reflective surface to read the bits. The original company denied to me that their Blu-ray had a reflective surface. Only through material analysis with electron microscopes in a clean room, we were able to verify that it indeed contained silver in the reflective layer. It was fraudulent advertising. Who can we trust? And just last week, I came across a verbatim webpage for the M-disc Blu-ray version, and they praised the silver content of the reflective surface as opposed to other products with aluminum compounds. And they certainly do not mention the higher vulnerability this layer introduces in comparison to the original M-disc DVD without the reflective surface. The race to ever denser packing of bits per area of a storage medium is the death of any long-term archive with highly selected, curated content. The denser bits are packed, the more information will be lost in case of any damage to the physical medium. Based on what I learned down the rabbit hole, it seems true that the M-disc DVD may be stored and retain its data under any conditions comfortable to us humans, without air conditioning, without humidity control. The media do not require constant checking and copying, labor and paying for air conditioning and electricity. They might be left in a box gathering dust. Then we only need the hard and software to bring the data back into the time of computer operations and for our seeing and hearing. Since the DVD does not need to be stored under strict environmental control, their limited capacity, storage capacity, really does not matter. On a 2 by 3 meter shelf in your very personal living room, you can store 20 terabytes in solid disk cases. And as a reminder, the full Encyclopedia Britannica fits on one DVD. One issues are files that are larger than 4.7, or in our case, we store only 4 gigabytes on a disk, most likely video files. They need to be written across several disks. The usual operating system commands to split and then for retrieval concatenate big files is for video files not a feasible solution. If a video file is simply split and the first disk containing the header of the file is damaged or lost, all other disks will be useless. We automated the process of splitting video files to the right size that fit on a DVD and add the header to all sections, so a disk with any disk with any section can be played on its own. Here is a picture of the MPEG archive, currently holding 600 videos on over 3,000 disks. 3 copies of the archive are made. Certainly all videos are also online accessible. This is the duplicating station with 2 writers, each one creating 3 copies of the master disk simultaneously for 3 full archives, according to good standard, being distributed in 3 different places. At 2 times writing speed, it takes about 15 minutes for 3 disks to be written. The other issue are file formats, as all of you know. If one uses no proprietary formats, but only standardized and published ISO formats, a maximum of 5 to 7 formats should cover most everything. And the ISO standards can be included in the archive as well. Now we had to tackle the question if it is possible to put a hardware system together that can be put in a box as well. This turned out to be another rabbit hole. Allow me to only briefly touch on the major technical criteria. The computer should be as simple as possible, one motherboard with as many as possible discrete components. All it needs to do is play back the video and audio directly and allow to retrieve files from the disk to move to other storage. It should never be connected to a network, and none of its components should ever be updated. The operating system fits on one disk, and the computer can boot from an optical drive. It runs without an internal drive. All programs are stored on disks as well. Specifications for all cable connectors are included on the disk. The computer has an external power supply because its capacitor is the first point of failure for a computer. The firmware of the BIOS chip can be reflashed from a disk. This last bullet is absolutely critical because the computer simply will not start up at all if the BIOS is corrupted. This is then the end of that machine. Today, firmware mostly resides on flash memory, and many components like USB drivers are also embedded in flash chips. Such chips may have a data retention anywhere between 15 and 45 years or more. It took me considerable effort to get the confirmation that the clock for data retention of flash memory is reset when it is reflashed, when the content is written again onto it. To be on the safe side, the BIOS of the archival computer should be reflashed every 8 to 10 years. Here's the small case with all hardware needed. And I'm not sure if it will, how long it will stay in the box. If you're interested, I can provide all technical details from operating system to programs too. We put 4 of such cases together, and we bought a whole stack of optical disk drives. A computer with all peripherals would be around $1,300 US, and a disk drive is anywhere between $30 and $130, depending on the sturdiness of its housing. We bought the sturdy stuff. The real issue is that it is impossible to get information on the quality of the analog and digital components used on a motherboard. And the quality determines their operational and shelf life. There is such a wide variety of different qualities, from cheapest ones for commodity equipment to military grade and most likely also for space grade. How can we trust? My fantasy would be to have a consortium of archives find research funding or a potent sponsor to build a motherboard with the best available components. Imagine we all had such a system that would work with archival data from the 2020s for the next, let's say, 60 to 100 years. I'm quite sure that would be achievable, feasible, and probably not more than 2 or 3 million. As the title of my talk announced, I did prepare a second shorter part, but that would run much over my time. It is not so much addressed to archivists, but more to curators, especially in a museum context. So let me read only the introductory paragraph. As we know, only an extremely small number of works integrating electronic or digital technology can get selected by institutions to be maintained, preserved, restored, ported, kept functioning. The increased technical complexity of works and the speed of digital obsolescence results in ever fewer works that can be funded to be kept accessible beyond, say, 5 or 10 years. The artistic diversity enabled through digital tools gets lost through the weight of obsolescence forced upon us several times over our lifetime. No collection or institution can withstand that pressure, and it can only become more and more selective, limiting, and most likely dominant in its position in cultural tradition. How can we add many more of such works to our cultural memory that are crushed by obsolescence? I would like to instill on any institution and individual artist to produce an extended video and audio documentation of a time-based artwork as soon as it's done, as it unfolds from a visitor or user perspective, like documenting an opera performance or a wrestling match. The video then stored in MP4 as ISO standard. I prepared also to show 2 examples, both related to ZKM and MPEG. One is the CD-ROM improvisation technologies of William Forsythe, produced and published by ZKM in 1999. This interactive CD-ROM runs under Mac OS 9 and has not been accessible for its target audience of dancers and choreographers for more than a decade, even though it is regarded a milestone in dance and choreography. It's used in teaching and referenced in literature. I screen captured every detail of the interactive CD on a linear video and put it on YouTube with permission by the Forsythe Company and ZKM. It has been hit by more than 22,000 people, or more than 22,000 times, within the past 2 years, which is quite a few for such a niche product. 90 seconds. The other work is the interactive moving image work for Geoffrey Shaw's interactive panoramic screen, which I commissioned at MPAG for the Worcester Group, a seminal theater group in New York City. We produced in collaboration with Geoffrey Shaw, ZKM's Bernd Lintermann, and the iCinema Center in Australia. The work was shown in China, in Europe, reported the whole equipment around, but it cannot be presented anymore because no one could keep the required video, audio, hardware, and programs alive. And I personally believe that it's probably a seminal work, again, for the panoramic screen, because it's the first one that uses also audio to be panned with a different kind of micro-perforated screen. Being a nonlinear panoramic work, It required a special approach to linear video documentation to at least allow an aperture into what the work was and how it was experienced. No examples. Time. I hope I could convey my attempts to find out how we can keep our bits and how extended professional video documentation, exploring time-based artwork, in installation, interactive screen work, or computer-generated output might become a regular part of a production because of the limited means to preserve, port, or restore works with technology becoming obsolete in no time. Indeed, no time to wait. I'm not an expert, otherwise I probably would not have gone down these rabbit holes. I'm happy to meet with you during these days, listen to your comments and respond to questions. No questions now, running out of time. You need your coffee break. Or please write to me. My email is on the online program of the conference as well. And you might find there as well a link to an essay I wrote expanding the more philosophical, political, and technical aspects I merely touched on. And you can just search for Johannes Universal Time Machine, and the essay will pop up, hopefully. Okay, thank you.
Much. We can have our break for coffee now. Can an organizer tell us how much time we have for that? I'm trying to find an organizer. Okay, well, let's have a coffee break and make it relatively brief. Thank you. Oh, yeah.
It doesn't even go there. That's the problem. As soon as we share, it goes back here.
Okay. Can you stop and start again? That's going to affect the sound, I think. And if you go to share, you're navigating from there, or
we do switch presentations maybe
there we
before
go.
Annette needs to share then her own.
Right, it's this here that needs to be.
Okay.
Yeah, and maybe Annette needs to do that.
No time to waste. That's why. No, it goes back there.
Should we stop and start one more time?
I think Annette needs to share her screen again afterwards. And then that was the only thing that worked, Annette sharing her screen. As soon as we start sharing the screen, it goes there.
Yeah. Okay.
Annette, would you be able to share your screen with us?
And make sure to select optimize sound before you select share.
So strange. All these restrictions.
You didn't have the videos as a file anywhere? Like, it was only...
I have them here, so we can, but this one is not going to this, and we don't know why. And that one is not going to this either if it's sharing a presentation.
Yes, Annette, do you?
Yeah, I hear you guys. Where do I need to optimize the sound?
When you click share, before you click share a second time,
I don't think she has to do it.
In that window, there's a checkbox that says share sound. We want to make sure that's checked.
Oh, right, yeah, share sound, got it.
Great.
Yep. And optimize for video clip as well?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Might as well. Why not?
Optimize it all.
That's too bold. Cool.
Thank you so much.
All right.
Yeah, no idea. Yes, and
So
I think
when I should play the slides, so you just have to tell me, right?
Yeah, I will. I will indeed.
Without further ado, the roundtable panel will begin. Thank you so much for your patience.
Yeah. So indeed, in the 19th century, that's how long we have this already, museums established a paradigm for collecting artworks for future generations based on material conservation and displaying the artwork's historical state. And since then, protecting artworks from the destructive forces of time remains central to many museums' missions and operations today. However, internet art challenges us to reevaluate this approach. Next slide. And we have lost the Zoom. Yeah, and we're back. I'm so sorry, we have a problem with Zoom for some reason, but I'm gonna... There we are again. There. So what this roundtable seeks to do is to engage both the panelists, but also you as an audience, in discussing strategies for regenerative curation, exploring its challenges, but also its potentials for internet art. This approach to curation is based on the idea that artworks continuously regenerate within social, technical, and ecological environments. Instead of fixations, it allows artworks to revitalize within contemporary contexts. The artwork is approached as a living system that evolves over time, and therefore it can involve renewal, transformation, but also forms of decay. While this approach provides museum curators with a new form of flexibility, this is really something. We go in and out of the Zoom. It's very regenerative. Yeah. Oh yeah, of course I'm on the wrong mouse. I always have that. Oh, and There's so many cursors on my screen that I don't even know who's mine anymore. Oh, I don't have a cursor. It's totally Annette's. Right, and there. There you go. There. Annette, only if it's possible, can you change the slides? Maybe this is even causing it. No, it's not. And I go immediately to the next. So while this approach museum curators, and actually already the next, we're already further even. So on the one hand, this gives museum curators a form of flexibility. On the other hand, it requires also a profound understanding of an artwork biography to determine the most suitable display format. To find solutions, we ideally collaborate with a diverse team of academics and museum staff with media-related expertise, including curators, conservators, technicians, intellectual property managers, registers, and the digital team, whatever is part of the museum, of course. And this approach also inspired our panel today. And therefore, I'm very honored that I will be joined today by an incredible panel whose members have all made significant contributions to shaping how we think about internet art, all from their own perspectives on historicizing, curating, preserving, and archiving these artworks. So first of all, I'm joined here today by Inge, who is sitting over here, will joining us on the panel later, hopefully. Inge Hinterwaldner, Professor of Art History at KIT here in Karlsruhe, who significantly advanced our understanding of internet art also through her research on complex digital artworks. We will hear more about that later, as well as her expertise on image and system theory, interactivity and temporality in computer-based arts. Annette Dekker, who joining us online, has played a key role in advancing the field of curation, preservation, and archiving of internet art. Okay, great. And she's an associate professor of cultural analysis at the University of Amsterdam and also holds several research positions at museums, including Tate Modern and at New Institute. Lozana Rosanova is a researcher at TIP in Hanover, working on the NFDI for Culture project. Her doctorate focused on redesigning the art base at RISEM, an essential resource for internet art, and her work with open source initiatives like Wikibase and also designing knowledge graphs has offered important insights into how we can collect and archive those artworks. And last but not least, Dragan Espenschied, who is RISEM's preservation director, responsible for preserving thousands, I think, of web-based artworks by now. And his innovative work is not only vital towards the field of internet art, but I think in preservation more general. I am Karin de Wild, Assistant Professor of Museum and Collection Studies at Leiden Universities. I'm currently finalizing my monograph on curating internet art, and I'm also PI on a project that is developing a program for it. And I will start with highlighting a few of my own cases, and then I will give it on to my other panel members to actually show what regenerative curation is or what it can be. So from 2014 onwards, and that's on the next slide, I closely collaborated with artist duo Jody to further develop strategies for the display of their work, jody.org, within a museum context. The artwork that we are showing here was run on the old Mac with also a classic keyboard and mouse, alongside a brand new Mac computer. However, on both devices, the work was shown in an emulation of the original Netscape browser of the time, this to emphasize the importance of the browser over the specific equipment that was used. The artwork jody.org is not just a website, but it is a complex network of interconnected artwork, raising a critical question of how the audience can navigate from one piece to another. To address this, Jody developed a screening script, and we hired an operator to follow those instructions, presenting the early works from Jody.org that were created by between 1995 and 1999. And it was in a kind of performance-like matter. So while the photo shows only the screen, what we don't see here is that there was this operator sitting behind his desk with multiple computers trying to perform the work and navigate through it. At the same time, we also invited museum professionals and collectors to explore potential cultural context and evolving perspectives and get a discussion how Jody.org could be collected and displayed within a museum setting, offering also more a discursive space within the exhibition itself. At the same time that Jody.org was displayed at the Van Elle Fabriek in Rotterdam, 2 videos appeared on the website of Media and Moving Arts, another arts institution in Rotterdam. And within that, artists Ravel Rozenam and Constant Dullard engaged with Jody's work, adding new layers of interpretation. The aim was to display Jody.org as an active platform that bridges different generations and connected spaces across the city, but also both online and offline. Let me briefly touch upon a second example. Next slide. And I hope it works, but maybe it's just a black slide. But it is a work that we commissioned, the video installation Chinese Coin Red Blood by Übermorgen for the Digital Arts Festival in the UK, Neon. It offers a glimpse into a Chinese Bitcoin mining factory, a rarely seen and little understood space. At the time, the ambitions were even bigger. We didn't only want to show a video, but we wanted to build an installation in which Bitcoins were mined within the exhibition space itself. And this ambition hasn't been realized yet, but we hope one day this will. The artwork is part of the artist's research into digital economies in China, and therefore it builds upon an earlier piece, Chinese Gold, that started in 2006 and is still ongoing, which explores gold farming within the multiplayer game World of Warcraft. The project documents the phenomena of Chinese gold farmers, workers who produce in-game currencies and sell it to Western players. Chinese Gold is a blend of research, documentation, and storytelling, and it constantly evolves and expands. Its current archive contains over 10 gigabytes of data. Lima, a couple of years later, took the initiative to explore this archive in order to create a system to connect its various file formats and make the materials accessible to the audience. They also decided to display, and that's on the next slide, next two slides, I think. I don't think oh yeah, it does work. Yeah, I can. I hope I can. There you go. And yes, there. Thank you. So in this case, they also decided to display the artworks Chinese Coin Red Blood and Chinese Gold together, showing the biography of the artwork and how it changed over time. What both examples demonstrate is the contribution of exhibitions to the creation and documentation of new variations, versions, and sometimes complete new artworks. It also demonstrates the importance of breaking out of departmental silos, curation and preservation, and that's why I'm really happy that we're also accepted here within this conference. Collecting and archiving are ideally a collaborative endeavor, and this can also involve multiple institutions caring for the same artwork. We will hear more about that later. But before that, let me bring up another example. Annette, can I get the next slide? And this is a project that we just started to work on together with Maro Pebo, who is a curator at Waag Future Lab in Amsterdam, and which involves the display of the digital city. Initiated in January 1994, the Digital City was the first online community in Amsterdam, comparable with GeoCity, but earlier. And it was the 4th website of the World Wide Web. And this gave this digital-born artifact also the status of UNESCO Memory of the World, which is the first digital-born heritage. Over the years, there were various web archaeological initiatives to retrieve as much as possible of the early days, including retrieving and restoring hardware, code, and files. The gathered material is now collected and preserved by the Amsterdam Museum, the Museum of Sound and Vision, and the Royal Library. Yet what has not been fully explored yet is how to display this work. Through regenerative curation, we like to explore how the democratic values that underpins the digital city are still relevant today. It imagined a community-driven, common-based internet that opted for total user control. The citizens of the digital city determined which data was shared and which was not. We like to study the original digital city, but as well as its utopian scenarios. But we also like to relate it to artworks that contain speculative scenarios for how this could function within the web today, or how it can make us critically reflect on how the web is functioning today. And within that, we also like to inform experiments for developing a new social media platform, a development that is going on within Waag Future Lab at the moment. So I think with that, just because of time, I would like to skip over the next case and actually give the word to Inge, so that you can also show some of the cases that you wanted to.
Thank you very much, and thank you for inviting me to that panel. I'm really happy that we were brought together. So my name is Inge Hinterwaldner, and I could actually also pick up the thread. Annette, you are hearing me? Pick up the thread that you laid out when you mentioned Jodi.org. So Jodi was also key in our research and was featured in many of our experiments, the latest being a game that my research group Coded Secrets is finalizing right now. So thanks to my colleagues who are finishing now 3 formats at the same time, a book, a game, and a paper version of the game. So we do all the steps that we see here in the first opening slide, conceptualizing, realizing, and also exhibiting, what we internally refer to as walkthrough article. My pitch today is about designing game spaces as conceptual walks through individual artworks. Coming from theory and not so much from curation yet, when dealing with complex networked artworks, we focus on analysis and contextualization. And accordingly, my approach is to bring those results to a larger audience as well by transcending the book format into an exhibition environment, maybe. So in other words, I ask whether and how an interactive computer game can be a valuable knowledge format and space for showing a potentially retired or also not artwork from within. What I propose can be viewed as a sort of staging or reviving of how components of an artwork look like, relate to each other, form sequences, work hand in hand. And this involves a lot of showing, explaining, and also interpreting. When I say we would like to show the work from within, that should not suggest that it is kind of a neutral way. So it's definitely seen from a perspective, or rather from various perspectives. And if we go to the next slide, we could see that we have developed 4 rooms, each dealing with a different facet of the artwork, each dealing and featuring a different perspective. And I'm quickly rushing through. So the red room, and this is the next slide, please, deals with the graphical user interface and its layered composition. The cyan room, next slide, analyzes the artwork source code and focuses on the implementation of randomness functions. The green room analyzes the difference between what is hard-coded and what emerges during an execution of the artwork. And the yellow room is conducted synchronous and transversal comparisons between the historical versions of the artwork, which I haven't mentioned yet. The artwork is by Jodi, a wrong browser called .com. So, and in this room, we look at several exe files. Next slide, please. when documenting the material or the artwork, the material is often scarce, but in Jodi's case we are actually quite lucky because I found 3 historical screenshots that we see here and one being published by Annette. It's difficult when looking at the screenshots to get clarity about the richness if it is one artwork in different moments of time, or if it is different versions of an artwork that we see here. And these 3 screenshots, for instance, if you look closely, have so many inconsistencies that it is really difficult to say whether it's actually the same artwork. And in the game, we let the players interactively explore why this is the case. In our approach of wrapping our analytic results into a game experience, we want to counter these difficulties. This builds upon the conviction that it fosters understanding by drawing information together and by condensing knowledge into models based on the bits and pieces assembled during our research. So in art history, we have the huge advantage of dealing with visual arts. That means we can easily anchor our models in visual quotes from the artwork. In this way, people are oriented what part we are actually talking about. And if we go to the next slide, I provided a nested 4-step scheme of, the next, please, I skipped that one. 4-step scheme of how we could actually go there and provide that models. This is derived from our practice, and so in order to make that more graspable, the next 4 slides will show you that. So we started, next slide please, from very long descriptions, and they are also not linear, so it turned out that the long text description of the artwork is not ideal. Then we went on to visualizing and modeling elements. The next slide. We model rules, we model statistics, we model correlations. And the next step would be the clustering of the models and situating them. So a lot of correlation work. And the final step would be implementing that clusters into a larger flow of information that is argumentation and that is storytelling. So regenerative curating with our approach could mean drawing a wealth of information together by creating an environment where situated storytelling of close reading is possible. In order to make an artwork more alive and not only more digestible for a larger public, but for the audience, it should get a chance of embodying the functioning of the artwork and remembering in a different way by walking through. So how could we as theoreticians move towards curation is one question, and how could we begin to build a bridge towards conservation as well? Because normally we write texts, and in order to furnish the game space, we integrated much more data than we would normally need in order to make our argumentation. This additional data is needed first to understand when we do the analysis, but moreover to form the visual tableau, the visual background against which we bring our points across. So we create small situations in the game where models can be operated and information can be animated. So it's a little bit like in a science museum. And I'm really happy to discuss also with you and with the audience how we can translate such an outcome of our research into further knowledge formats, like, for instance, a database, or like, for instance, an exhibition. So thank you very much. And now I have the pleasure to hand over to Annette.
Excellent. Thank you so much. So I will pick up on this notion of storytelling in a way, and I will tell you a story. And maybe it's going to be a practice of regenerative curation or preservation. I don't know yet. Anyway, we'll see. So on the 3rd of March 2016, I received this email from Igor Strohmeyer, a very well-known Slovenian artist who has worked as a performance and net artist since the 1990s. The email and the subject were unusual. And in the message, he asked me to keep some files safe. I opened the attachments, which turned out to be two abstract cropped images, two GIFs, one of someone sitting on a toilet, the other of a toilet roll paper, and a sound file of less than a second. I didn't recognize the images, and I thought they were part, perhaps, of one of his earlier artworks, perhaps some of the remnants, the fragments of his deletion performance called Expunctions just a few years earlier. So I wasn't really sure what to do with all this, so I just put it in my 2016 email archive folder and didn't think much about it. At the end of 2017, I published a book called Lost and Living in Archives. The book was a collection of articles and interviews around the fragmentary nature of archives. And one of the contributions was a conversation between Sapkowski and Igor about his expunction project from 2011, during which he deleted a large selection of his early networks. On the 1st of March 2018, I received another email from Igor with the same subject as 2 years previous. Again, asking me to keep the attached files, now encrypted, in a safe space. Yet this time, there was more information announcing how he had sent this email to, quote-unquote, a smaller group of people I respect and trust. And you're among them. In 2 years, in March 2020, the third selection of people will be made to get the third and final package. I became more intrigued by the project and decided to contact him to find out more about his ideas and the aims of the project. He told me -4 times, if 4 times means sending the sets of files 4 times, more means that it's a micro, an intimate action gesture online performance. The minus could mean that I'm not real true, but a pseudo-para-proto artist, but I'm not entirely sure about that meaning. Those are the things that he told me. On the 4th of March 2020, I received this third email with more encrypted files. The performative action continued, where I potentially would become part of this most trusted contacts and potentially find the ultimate final package. Time passed. Nothing happened on the 1st of March 2022, or on the 3rd of March 2022, nor the 4th of March 2022, or any of the days after that. Those dates in March that seemed significant came and went without an email arriving. In the meantime, now and then I return to this project, particularly when asked to speak about the future of digital art and how its preservation could transform into what I've called a network of care, a concept that I started to develop in my PhD to signal how human, non-human networks care for art. On the 30th of May in 2023, while trying to expand on this notion of networks of care, I emailed Igor asking him about more information about the project. What were the intentions behind it? How was it set up? How did it evolve over time? And what are the next steps? In a few hours, on the 31st of May 2023, I received this fourth email. I wasn't sure what to think of it or how to respond. It felt too much of a coincidence. Had he perhaps forgotten me when he had sent out his fourth email? I felt disremembered, discarded, expunged. I called for a meeting, and in the meeting we had, it became clear. It wasn't an accident. The emails were not about the files, hence their encryption. They were initiators, triggers, to start a conversation, a one-on-one interaction, a micro-performance about trust, communication, and intimacy. As Igor explained, -4 times is about creating a form of intimacy that would leave traces that are non-obtruse, non-spectacular, non-public, non-explanatory, and non-descriptive. Over time, they became a habitual event, selecting the people, arranging the files, finding the database with all the data. what is sent to whom, at what time, who responds, at what time, in what context, to what extent, giving rise to a huge pyramid of trusted friends structured by time and numbers. So mu minus 4 times reflects the temporality of many digital artworks. The network is instigated by the first email, but its development is ambiguous, prone to rupture or loss, and the result is open to speculation, depending on the actions of its recipients, who don't know each other. A community is being built around trust, respect, emotional connections, and personal favors. Here, the files I learned are dear to Igor, and they range from fragments of artwork, early versions, half notes, personal photos, and even parts of early Netscape installers. Perhaps one day I will receive an email with the key to open the files entrusted to me, or to connect with another trustee. In the meantime, time dissolves as files circulate between various layers of numerical code, become entangled in databases and servers, or congeal within email programs. Minus mu times 4 presents and performs a living network of care that adapts to the flexible requirements of its human, non-human participants. And with this, I'd like to give the floor to our next speaker.
Okay, so I'm the next speaker, and I put a mirror below this headline. It's a cool Google slide effect because it's about materiality, and something that is reflected must be there in some way. So yeah, I'm a conservator, so I'm not a curator, and I want to make that clear. So in some ways, I provide material for curators, and of course, I work with them and everything. But that's not my role. And Annette's role is to flip the slides. Annette, you can call on me anytime. I will flip your slides too. Can you advance to the next? Oh yeah, okay. So I want to talk quickly about 3 retrospective exhibitions because I think they're quite illustrative for what I want to say. So it's the Aurea Harvey retrospective that was just launched in the beginning of the year. Curated by Regina Harsani. The art happens here at the New Museum, curated by Michael Conn and Aria Dean, which is Rhizome's own retrospective exhibition. And then My Boyfriend Came Back to the War online since 1996, curated by Annette, Sabine Himmelsbach at Haus der elektronischen Künste. And can you advance the slide, please? Oh yeah. And I just want to show a few photos. So from each of these exhibitions featured brand new work like this digital sculpture on a holographic display. Can you advance, please? Or here half legacy works that with some kind of trickery you can still get to work on your regular Windows 10 computer. Can you please advance? And then the classic net artworks by Aurea from the 1990s, which I was responsible for, which are shown in emulation and on period adequate display screens. And these are how are they, and I found it interesting, how are they living in this exhibition? These are stabilized to the max. Also these browsers that are in there, they are not going out. I mean, websites at that point in time were linking out left and right into all kinds of resources. And so there's a proxy use that if you leave the artwork, you are actually going into the web of the 90s using a proxy. Can you please advance? And yeah, this is the exhibition view of The Art Happens Here. And you see also there's a similar setup here with period adequate systems or displays. The emulator is very clearly shown. It's not trying to, I don't know, create some teenage boy's bedroom, which is you often see in some exhibitions, but it's this is a good display for this work. Everything, including any servers that you need, and the emulator is encapsulated in that little desktop computer, and there's the input device that you would need. Next slide, please. And this is embedded in all kinds of other artifacts and technological installations. So this is how it looks more close up. Also work by Aurea Harvey. Next slide, please. And here in the My Boyfriend Came Back from the War retrospective, this is also again such a work where a VRML work from 1999 was made to be run on some like NVIDIA card with stereoscopy and so forth, things that wouldn't have been possible in the 90s when it was created. So it's like it's more of a hack in a hack. Can you please advance? And then of course we have, again, this is where we pioneered the setup, right? This period adequate display, period adequate input device. There's also props on the tables. These computers don't do anything. The actual emulators are below the table, and there's not much secrecy done about it. And there was also at the time Guthrie Lonergan work that was like very new that you would need to run on the latest computer. Okay, advance, please. But it all comes down to like what kind of materials you have available, like what is there. There's always a performative aspect to these types of net artworks and a like material aspect. So with the Thing archive, which was a mailbox network launched in the early 90s by Wolfgang Stähle in New York, we also found the original software, the original bulletin board system. And this was like impossible to use for anyone. This was some like awful MS-DOS software that you would like rather die than use. And also it wouldn't be possible to load all the messages into it because it can only hold like 10,000 messages at one time. Next slide, please. So here since we had the messages as raw material available and like the headers, we decided that the conversation thread is the object, not the message itself. And then you can see that this is a conversation that starts in April 1993 and goes to May 1993. And you see like the rhythm, how people reply to each other. You can click on each of these and get the message to read that. Can you advance, please? And here you see, like, I like these views, like that the online conversations had a very different rhythm from how they work today. And so this visualization, like, exemplifies that, but it's not an attempt to, I don't know, pretend that you can, I don't know, make a bulletin board system like today, or this is an alternative to Discord or something. This is more like an invitation to reflect on how this worked, who dominated conversations back then, how were this conversation structured. It is not, like throwing you into an MS-DOS interface. Next slide, please, and that's the last one. And you see this is like the raw data that we received, which is IDs for these messages were synthetically generated because they go from 0 to 9,999 and then they roll over to 0. But we had the date, we had the sender, the recipient, the group it was in, and the message body, like the basics, and what the message was a reply to. Yeah, so that's it. Thank you.
Thanks, Annette, and sorry that I'll also be bothering you with next slide. We can just go to the next immediately. I know we're really short on time. So I'm just going to quickly read so I don't talk too much, which I tend to do. But I'll start with this idea of the useful archive because it's the symposium that kickstarted the Swiss Think collaboration with Critical Media Lab in Basel. And very briefly, I want to bring in the idea of the archive in use as a path to generate memories and thereby regenerate creative works and creative processes. And I'm talking about the Swiss Think, and we can go to the next slide, please. Because, I wanted to pick up on some of the ideas that Rhizome have been developing thanks to Dragan, and share some extension of this work via our collaboration with the Critical Media Lab in Basel, where, again, we're partnering with Rhizome and my lab, the Open Science Lab at the TIB, but we're taking a slightly different approach to BBS, and we're focusing a little bit differently on the idea of regeneration there. So the Swiss thing, very briefly, is a continuation of the idea of the thing as a BBS, but this time in Switzerland. It's a BBS, a website, a media lab, and ultimately a knowledge-sharing site that had a strong focus on events in the early days of the web, including things like training and teaching people how to set up an email address, for example. The project is focused around the personal archive of artist Barbara Strebel, who started the Swiss thing, and it involves partners from the Critical Media Lab and other project partners listed there. And we can go to the next slide, please. So what is actually in this archive? What is the archive material? It includes digital files that will need some restoration work, thanks to Dragan again. But it also involves a lot of boxes and boxes and boxes of paper records, which tend to be typically printed out digital files. So a lot of printed out emails, a lot of printed out BBS messages, different kind of flyers for community events, etc. And thinking about how to organize these materials online, we come to the idea and question of use in the archive. And if we can go to the next slide, please. I don't really want to talk too much about my PhD research with Rhizome, but I kind of have to. I mean, it's just embedded in my brain too much. So I'm just going to use this diagram from the case study work on the art base. And basically what this diagram showcases is the blueprint schematic for the proposed redesign of the ArtBase archive. And here the idea of use is connected to processes of classification and maintenance. And those are in turn framing choices of data model, or with what we can also think of as data architecture, the database, which I tend to think of as the infrastructure, and then we have the interface. And if we can go to the next slide, please. We can see that basically, and more concretely, the framework of this schematic is using linked open data for flexible data architecture. And we're also using the open source software Wikibase for the infrastructure. The interface becomes the main vehicle not only for use, but also for preservation and regeneration through user interaction and the creation, hopefully, of memories. And we can go to the next slide, please. So what's interesting about the Swiss thing as opposed to the thing, I mean, both are interesting, but we're taking a slightly different approach here because we have to justify research funding. No joking. But we basically have this completely different approach as we're focusing on events actually, and we're focusing on events rather than objects like artworks or individual messages or individual records. The events tend to be activities like someone posting a message to the BBS or live meetups and people hanging out together, creating new things, which is kind of, I think, getting to the heart of the Swiss thing as a project, an artwork, a performance, and a site of knowledge sharing. Events themselves are documented in records, and we can go to the next slide. And the records can be described with a range of additional attributes. And finally, if we also go to the next slide, they can have different instantiations in digital or analog form. Everyone should technically have access to these slides in the Google Drive, so please have a look. What I'm showing here is just like some screenshots of the data model, which overlays several different standard ontologies, including CDOC, CRM, records in context, PROV, etc. And ultimately, we can go to the last slide. Ultimately, what we care to share is the network of relations that can be traced once the archive material is structured and made available to use via the wiki infrastructure and custom front-end visualizations. Through regenerating the network, we hope to bring more light to what the knowledge-sharing spirit of the time was and how different agents operated within it. And full disclosure, this image is from Rhizome's ArtBase, simply because I wanted to show the direction we're going into with the Critical Media Lab project. The Critical Media Lab project just started this year, so there's still lots of work to do. We have 3 more years to get to some kind of more interactive situation like this. And that's it. Thank you so much.
Okay, do we have any questions for the panelists? Anyone online have any questions? There's something in the chat. Oh, sorry, did I miss anyone here? Were there any questions here? No? Okay.
I don't know, I was curious, like you really kind of portrayed the relationship between the conservator or the archivist and the artist as quite active. So I wonder if you see this as a requirement or what kind of recommendations you would have, like when a conservator is first trying to engage in those conversations.
Okay, I can start. Like, what I think is an example that I have been part of Team Media in SF MoMA. And actually the way they structure their organization is that they're a much more networked organization. And their staff from all over the museum is brought together to actually look at those artworks and from their perspective contribute to what they think is needed the moment that these artworks are going on to display. So if you're a conservator within that team, you are not within a lab outside of the curatorial team, but also the curators are not separated from those labs. And I think it was for me it helped a lot to understand those artworks from various perspectives. And the exhibition was actually the moment, but it can be also something else. It can also be that there is a moment that actually an artwork really is decaying, and we think actually this is the moment that we should start working on it. But having a team with diverse perspectives gives a much richer understanding of what these artworks are, and also to find solutions for bringing them on display. I don't know if you...
Yeah, I totally agree. So it's really the same in our group, and we always try to interview the artists. So sometimes we are also relying on them giving us their source code. Sometimes we don't need that, and we get that with other sources. But nonetheless, that is really a very valuable source of information. In our case, we approached this project as an own research, with own research questions. So we were not talking to the artists, trying to find out how they think their work should live on. So that was not the case in our game version, for instance.
Maybe just one little remark I could make about because this was actually about internet art here, and I've also shown pictures from museums and so forth, but internet art, as Annette showed, can live on the internet. And so there is, in many cases, not that exhibition moment, or things have to live on after an exhibition. And that's also why, in many cases, bringing something to an exhibition is not naturally preserving it in that sense, but it's like a restaging of something that will be torn down after the exhibition is over, and that's not the case usually with net art.
To add something very quickly, I highlighted the artist's name in the presentation about the Swiss thing because that whole project is really focused on working very closely with the artist and the whole network of other creatives in the city of Basel around the Swiss thing. So I think it is quite fundamental, especially for the art historical and research team. I'm more just doing infrastructure for them. But in my experience, basically every project that I've worked on to do with media arts, we've collaborated closely with the artists. So I would say it's essential.
But they die.
And this is, I think, an important thing. Like Joan and Dirk often told me, we're not dead yet. But there is a moment, and I think especially curators within museums and art historians, we think about the moment that the artwork needs to carry on having some form of life when the artist is no longer present. And personally, my experience is that it's really important to start thinking about their scenarios the moment that the artist is alive. How do you want your work to be carried on afterwards? And we have already seen examples within the Whitney Museum, for example, the longest collaborative sentence, which is now in various versions. One, because actually it was not completely known how the artist wanted this artwork to be carried on after, for example, Flesh became absolute. So then, it is a possibility to then work with different versions, but there will be a moment that the communities needs to take over those artworks, and of course we're gonna also question co-authorship within NetArt as well, and the fact that who is actually the artist in the end of those artworks when a lot of contributions are made. So there's a lot to say about who is the artist and what is the role of the artist and the artist's intents in those works.
Anything else? If not, we will. Oh, yes, Dave.
I don't know if I can make this brief, but I was just kind of curious by your comment of like being unclear on how an artist would want you to carry on art as all the technology and world changes around it. And I was kind of connecting this to Dragon's comment about not going too far to hide the emulators under the table when the hardware on the table is just kind of like a token to display it. So I was curious about the sort of relationship between the crafting a modern display of an old work and the audience. Like, how far are you going to tell them? Like, not just that it is hidden, but there is some manipulation to what the artist made, because I don't know, I imagine a lot of these artworks come from people with very precise visions on how they want it to.
I think in NetArt you have a different situation, because no single NetArt piece was ever made to be watched on some, or like encountered on some particular device or some particular setting. It was made to be encountered with whatever some user would bring into the mix, which makes it exciting. But so you have more freedom in that direction, and it is also that you can easily go into some, like, I don't know, putting the first iMac computer in a museum, and when this computer was new, no one would look at the NetArt because the iMac computer looked so great, and now people also want to look at that iMac computer because it's so colorful, and computers today are so boring. So I think being quite open, like this is a reconstruction, or this is like one version of the thing, is really essential. Otherwise, you're kind of like fooling people. And also, with this precision, from my experience, as a rhizome is like coming from a community organization, like morphing into an institution. And I believe an important community service is to relieve artists of the burden of maintenance of their stuff, because otherwise they can create 5 works and then they have to maintain them and don't have any capacity to do more. I think that also plays into it. I mean, some artists make like a business model out of maintaining their work, which I absolutely respect, and they have studios and assistants and so forth, but many don't have these resources.
And maybe a question also for Inge in this, because this is what we talked about as well, the audience experience. I think that is something that of course, it's a great moment during an exhibition that you can test audience experiences and what to do with it. Even if it's shown on exactly the same Mac from the time, or shown on a computer or a telephone that we all have today. But I was wondering for you as well, Inge, like, how do we bring in these audience experiences, or how is this influencing the way we might experience those artworks today?
I think it's a very important facet. In the game I presented, we did not focus too much on the audience, except for the room that compares the hard-coded process versus the emergent phenomena, which then discusses also how confused you are, for instance. But we have other experiments done with Jodi's browsers, where we ask, for instance, 10 people coming from the digital realm of different disciplines, and asking them how they perceive this one artwork, all the same, and how they would actually create a best documentation of that. And what came out is a little book that we published called Navigation, where we see how big the variety is, how rich the variety is for something that we requested, not only that they perceive it, but they develop a best of. So that was really fascinating. And I think it is important that we try to integrate the variety of approaches and what people, how people deal with artworks. So when I did also a small exhibition in Zurich, I tried to have a look at how people approach it and how far they get within exploring an artwork, for instance. And there are so different strategies, and that's such a rich insight. So I would opt for variety and try to get more voices in.
Okay, and that's all the time for now. Thank you so much. Those are special presentations. Okay, next up is Vicente Matallana from the New Art Foundation, director of the New Art Foundation. I'm sorry if I'm being too quiet. Vicente Matallana is here from the New Art Foundation, and he'll be talking about the Art Center.
Hello, and thank you for staying here. Thank you to No Time to Wait, and thank you to TKM, for this opportunity to present our new project of the New Art Center that we are facing from the New Art Foundation in Catalonia, Spain. Well, first, No? Maybe I have to click here? Yeah, no?
Okay, bear with us. Odd. Okay, let's make sure. Okay, nice. Okay.
Okay. Well, first, a really brief history about who we are. This is a story that started 20 years ago when I met Marie-France San Andreu at Arco Art Fair in Madrid. I was managing the new media art programs of Arco. Marie-France is an artist, and Andreu is one of the pioneers of the computing industry in Spain. And they came to the art fair, because they want to sponsorize the digital program, their technological art programs in Arco. And we proposed them to create an award, the Arco VIP Electronic Art Award, that is an acquisition award. Right now we are in the 20th edition. The first edition was given to Eduardo Cact, to the artwork Time Capsule, and now the last edition was to Scroll. And thanks to that, we started step by step a collection of technological digital art that right now we have around 120 artworks. And the next step that I want to tell you, is that in 2015, when we have around 25 artworks, we created, we did an exhibition, and workshop exhibition with the Universidad Politécnica de Valencia to create the technical files of the artworks, because the most part of them we received it without any information. That was an amazing experience that learn us, how to continue. Thanks to that, we have been continuing with the collection. This collection has been exhibited in different places, as Arts Electronica or as at the B2 of Rotterdam. And we have collaborated with several exhibitions, mostly with 50 exhibitions in the last 10 years, even with the TKM in the exhibition Open Codes. That when happened at the Azcuna Centroa in, sorry, but I'm not saying at the same time, at the Azcuna Centroa in Bilbao. at that moment, we decided to create the New Art Foundation, to give an institutional frame, for all the activities that we were doing. Because in one moment, we realized that the market was not reflecting what the community was doing. The community was doing more complex projects than what the market can hold. So we started different production programs, different calls, but also we decided to support the community through sponsorship programs, technological sponsorship basically, and so on. So we are active members of the Catalonian community, of the Barcelona community. We are co-founders of the HACTE. We were co-organizers of ICEA. And, we continue with our activities, and in one moment in 2020, during the pandemic, we started to think what can be the next step, that we can do it. And of course, we had an idea, and we came first of all, we came here to be blessed by Peter Weibel, who unfortunately he did. Well, the question is that we start over a premise, that the technological art world has created a more complex economy than the contemporary art. It's not just an economy about trading, it's an economy, where you have commission, you have research program, you have whatever, production and that. The most technological art projects are commissioned by institutions, which once the exhibition program is over, returns the work over to the artist. So, as said before, we can put the pressure of the preservation over the artist. Because at the end, artists have the responsibility of the preservation, and usually they don't have the economical resources, the space resources, even the knowledge to do it. So, according to Peter, he thought, when we came here 2 years ago, that 70% of the artworks from the last 40 years from functional artists has been lost. So, therefore, we came with the idea to create an art center to help the community to preserve their artworks. And this is what we will do it. This is the blueprint, and it's basically 3,000 square meters, 1,500 square meters, 5,000 cubic meters of storage, of a smart storage. 500 square meters for workshop, labs, and whatever. 500 for exhibition space, of course, and 200 for meeting, multipurpose, and 300 square meters for reception and service. We are calling it smart storage because it's not only a place to have the boxes from the artists. Is an strategic where the artworks will be shown in the storage, because it's a strategic to an early detection of the problems. If we are able to do an early detection of the problems usually are quite easy to solve. If we wait 10 years, it's a mess, We have a clear example, with the artwork time capsule from Eduardo Cac, that we have a stupid problem with a connector that in that moment you couldn't buy the adapter, in every place, and right now it will be a real nightmare. So, this is what we are going to do. You have the almacén, sorry, because it's in Spanish. This is the storage part, you have the workshop there, the multipurpose place, and the exhibition rooms and whatever. And also we can grow in the future another 3,000 square meters. That means another 10,000 cubic meters of storage for the community. And how the center will be open to the artists. We are doing for that, to help the community, to help the artists, to get out the pressure of the preservation over the artists. This will be open to all the artists, everybody can hire, but of course, it will be, there will be, let's say, like a curated part, of artists that we call them residents, that are artists with whom we work, we have worked, and we want to work in the future, and we have a special interest. Among these artists are Robertina Svejanic, Eduardo Cac, Albert Marquez Duran, Victoria Besna, José Manuel Berenguer, Monica Rickitz, Paul Thomas, Joaquin Sang, and whatever. I put this list because also we are covering 50 years. There is a difference between Paul Thomas and Joaquin Sang of 50 years of creation. And also because we are not only to preserve, let's say, the historical artists. We want to start preserving also the work from the young artists like Joaquin Sang or Albert Marquez Duran. And that means that right now, in the following months, we will be preserving another 100 artworks. And how we will do it? First, thanks to our technical team that has been preserving 120 works from a period of 50 years. Of course, thanks to our network of collaborators, that means artists, specialized technicians, universities, labs, art center, institutions, etc. And thanks, of course, to your collaboration that we expect and we will really appreciate. And when we will open late fall, early winter, and the opening event will be in May 2025. That's all.
Thank you. Any questions for Vicente? Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Yes. Next up, we have Esther Neumann. Bear with us. Welcome.
Thank you. Yeah, dear audience and friends of media preservation, thanks to the NTTV Organizing Committee and the NTTV Host Committee at ZKM for this profound symposium and pleasant atmosphere. My name is Esther Neumann, and since June 2020, I'm working at the Academy of Media Arts, managing the Archive for Media Arts. To my background, I am an artist, and I as well studied preservation of new media and digital information. I'm pleased to introduce the archive to provide an overview of its contents and the practices, and give some short information about the Academy of Media Arts. The official opening took place on October 1990, 1 year after the founding of the ZKM, at a time when new media was being explored with great enthusiasm and curiosity. In the public discussion, the KHM was titled A Factory of Talent, a new type of art college, as an electronic Bauhaus, a maverick, an experiment without guaranteed success. The first year started with 25 students under the postgraduate diploma course Audiovisual Media and 3 departments, Media Design, Media Art and Television Film. And in 1994, the KHM expanded with the undergraduate diploma program Audiovisual Media and added the department Art and Media Studies. It was founded by Siegfried Zielinski. 40 students joined this first semester. The current number of enrolled students 2024 is 409. So what makes the difference studying at the KHM? The focus lies on the individual artistic project accompanied by an approach of cross-disciplinary teaching. It looks like that in the beginning there was a very close connection between the exploration of new media and the documentation of media techniques, which was expressed in a playful manner. I inserted 3 very short examples approaching the documentation of media art at different perspectives by the artist students themselves. The first example is an early seminar project from the year 1991, Scopitone. In this seminar, students produced 14 individual 16mm self-portraits for a Scopitone, a 16mm music jukebox, here you see it, and as well a narrative video about the function of this obsolete video music automat. The seminar was conducted by Professor Werner Nekes.
Dann wurde es plötzlich ganz ruhig. Man trug mich einfach fort und sperrte mich irgendwo in einen dunklen Raum mit Autos und allerlei Gerümpel. Da stand ich jahrelang in dieser Stille und wartete. Aber huch, was war das? Das Licht ging wieder an. Jemand berührte mich wieder. Zuerst war ich noch etwas kitzlig. Nach dieser langen Pause war ich so aufgeregt wie nie zuvor. Aber dafür blieb mir gar keine Zeit. Ich wurde geschrubbt, geölt und mit neuen Filmen geladen. Junge, aufgeregte Künstler ließen mich ihre Geschichten erzählen.
Yeah, this was the first.
Dann wurde es plötzlich ganz ruhig.
No, okay. Yes, how has the Archive of Media Arts been established at the Art Academy of Media Arts? Since its opening in 1990, the interdisciplinary artistic projects of the students, as well as a range of events taking place, have been documented and archived, alongside photographic documentation on slides. Audio and video recordings were and still are the favorite forms of documentation. In the beginning, the departments individually maintained project archives to preserve the artistic projects, physical media, mainly tapes, and were stored in filing cabinets. A central project archive was initiated in 1995. Therefore, the archive of the individual departments were consolidated, and by then the project archive was managed by Ute Dilger from Public Relations till 2016. A project FileMaker database was developed from the technical department in 1995 by Ewald Henze, Bob O'Kane and Hans Huber, and expanded into a relational database in 2007. And we still work with this FileMaker database. Under the guidance of the director, Professor Hans-Ulrich Reck, the decision was taken to pursue the progress of archiving. In order to achieve this, 2016, a full-time position of archive officer was appointed for the first time. As a result, the Archive for Media Arts received its name and since then consists of 3 areas: the project archive with the artistic projects of the students, the event archive, the audio-video recordings of the events, and the archive on the history of the KHM with printed matters, historical documents, records and folders, and a photo collection with 5,000 slides. Now, 2024, a technical collection is under development. So practices. How do the artistic projects reach the archive? The submission of artistic projects is governed by a project regulation which has been in existence since 1993 and is still being adapted periodically to meet administrative and media technical requirements. Artistic projects are registered using the online form from the KHM website. Personal details and information about the projects are requested. The application form contains a confirmation of holdings of the rights of the own project, applies to third-party material, as well as a release for the online publication of a selection of photos and/or image material for the website. The archive requested master copies of films and high-quality documentation of artistic projects, such as exhibitions, performances, concerts, for submission. We have not yet installed procedures for safeguarding for proprietary virtual reality or augmented reality files or games, except for the documentation of artistic projects. If files are offered for archiving, the data will be stored in a project folder on the archive server. This is an overview of the inventory, and the most extensive range in the archives are held by the artistic projects of the students, with 5,700 project records and 16,582 files. Then next to the event archive with 233 titles and 718 media files, because it's not adapted, everything is adapted and online yet. Except for 16mm film and LPs, the archive does not receive any dedicated physical media carrier since 2017. Shooting on 16mm film is still a subject in the academy. The archive maintains as physical objects 2,000 film reels, 2,150 tapes, 1,498 optical discs, and as already mentioned, 5,000 slides, beside other smaller amounts of media and paper-based objects. We are continuously in the process of retro-digitization of the slides, film, video, and sound material. Tapes and slides are processed in-house. Predominantly are magnetic tapes, Betacam SP, and digital beta due to the possibility of its professional broadcasting capability. It was suitable for making copies and as archival standard. The 16mm and 35mm material forms another large part of the collection. Between 2022 and 2024, 73 16mm screening prints, which were originally cut on 16mm, could be scanned external. Native digital objects dominate the archive and increase rapidly by number and file size. Therefore, the archive structure is aligned to files and stored on local hosted servers. Now I will show another short clip, and you will see the computer printer installation NetTime TimeNet from 1994 by Hans Huber, Thorsten Stapelkamp, and Jin-Sik Yang. The video was taken to document a big computer art festival, Spektakel, in Dortmund, 1994, and the installation was shown at the main post office building. Locations. In 1989, the Academy of Media Arts moved into Rheingasse 8, Ufer Stolzenhaus, and Peter Welter Platz 2. So since then, the KHM is spread across 7 buildings complexes around Filzengraben in the city center of Cologne. The most recent relocation took place in March 2024 to the former Cologne Chamber of Crafts as a central main building. The relocation of the KHM administration and merging of the offices of the professorate to Heumarkt 14 resulted in some changes and in particular an improvement in the archive's premises. The archive have been given new opportunities to become more visible in the new building of the Academy. Therefore, we could establish a DCP viewing station, a paper archive on the history of the KHM, a technical collection with hardware, and a room equipped with a climate cabinet for the magnetic tapes. All physical media were stored in a high and low cellar of Peterwälderplatz 2, which did not maintain ideal temperature, but relative continuous stable climate. Existing storage space had to be significantly reduced for the move. This also included the film stock in the basement with the 2000 Cine film cans. The entire collection was kindly made available for loan to the Düsseldorf Film Museum Film Archive. The films are stored there under very favorable climate conditions at 5 degrees Celsius and 30% relative humidity. These climate conditions cannot be met at the KHM. The depot in Düsseldorf had enough space, and we are grateful for the good cooperation with Thomas Ochs from the Film Archive, and also for having found a sustainable solution for this. In addition, some of the rarely shown film projects are now also included in the film program of the Film Museum. A dedicated space has allocated for the storage of magnetic tapes and optical discs. This area will be equipped with a climate-controlled cabinet set to maintain a temperature of 18 to 20 degrees Celsius and relative humidity of 30 to 30%. The archive will share a number of its collections with the library's media library, and as well will include the 5,000 slides. The relocation has created the opportunity to establish a technically accessible collection. This collection encompasses the technical devices that were in the use at KHM. We are fortunate that a significant number of technical devices and associated equipment were retained and made accessible during the clearance of the basement. The next step is to inventory these items and assess their functionality. To end, I would like to show you another short video clip from the artistic group Nobotic Research, an interactive computer sound installation from the year 1993. It will be very loud in a moment. Oh, sorry. Okay. Yes, thank you very much for your attention. And if you have any questions, please talk to me.
Any questions for Esther? Yes.
I'm just curious if you have any documentation on your digitization workstation and how you digitize everything.
Yeah, of the workstations, we still have the technical stuff. That's very important, but they soon will go and retire. So we really have to start this now. So, and I don't have any technical documentation now, so we need to set it up now in order to document how things could work. Yeah, that's why I'm a little bit pushing this this technical collection. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Last but not least, we have Ross Spencer and Andrea Buren presenting on digital preservation introduction as people. Should we bring up Andrea?
Yeah.
Okay, just a minute. Sorry, she's tuning in remotely, and she's minimized. Bear with me.
She said she's.
Oh, okay. Good to know. I think Zoom is being elusive. I apologize. I do know how to get it back, so. The Zoom link. Uh-huh. No.
Can she hear us?
Andrea, can you hear us? Are you speaking? We cannot hear you.
Yes, I'm speaking now.
Lovely.
Can you hear me now?
Absolutely. Yes, thank you.
Okay, great. Do we need to share the slides because I can't see them through Zoom?
Okay. Yes, I think maybe it would be best if you share them and present that way if you're comfortable with that.
Yeah, that's fine. Hold on.
Amazing. Thank you.
No problem. Thank you.
Let's make sure. Okay. Great. Without
Why
further
aren't
ado.
they showing up? Show up windows. Here we go. Can you see that okay?
Yeah.
Perfect. Great. So I'm Andrea Byrne. I'm presenting from New York. I'm right now at the Center for Jewish History, but I'm working with Ross on this project. And Ross, if you want to.
Yeah, and I'm Ross Spencer. I'm a digital preservation person. I'm currently independent contractor, and I live in Leipzig.
And we're going to talk to you about a project we're starting called Digital Preservation as People. And you're like, oh, what is that? We're going to give you the Julia Roberts overview from Notting Hill, our North Star. We're a professional association standing in front of No Time to Wait 8, introducing itself to you. So hello. Ross and I first met, I think, around 10 years ago when we were working at Archives New Zealand. And we worked really closely together and really well together. And we kept that connection going even though we went on to different positions, different parts of the world. And we both had this idea for digital preservation as people around like 2018. And at first it was just a site on GitHub where we were blogging and collecting codes of conduct, and also Ross set up a kind of mechanism for kind of collating what salaries were offered in job listings. And then sometime around last winter, Ross contacted me and he was like, hey, we should think about rebooting this. He had a new logo. He had like really great ideas to put out a like clear mission statement and to make digital preservation as people a little bit more collaborative and more flexible and like more open to a wider audience. So we launched it in the summer of 2024 by putting out our mission statement, and it's been kind of a slow burn because it's summer, people are at the beach, you know, so it was more of a soft launch. And we know that it's going to be slow to get it growing, but we are hoping that over time, as long as we're consistent, digital preservation people will grow. So who is it? Well, first off, it's Ross and myself. Ross, shortly after he contacted me about restarting it, sent me a first draft of what would become our mission statement. And together, we worked together to refine it, putting together concrete thoughts, trying to make it, refined for a larger audience. And after we felt that the mission statement was at a good place, we sent it out to a few of our colleagues and close friends to see what they thought, to get their feedback, to get their ideas as well, and adding that into the mission statement. And then, since we launched it, we got lots of folks on the Discord, which is really exciting when we launch the Discord. Every time we get a new Discord user, Ross and I'd be like, oh, someone else is on. It's not really chatty at the moment, but once you post something, people are really responsive. And also if any of what we're talking about resonates, we hope that you will join us and talk with us and get involved.
And it really is anyone who is involved in digital preservation. It really encompasses so many different areas of what we do. There's librarians. Often it's we recognize librarians and archivists and curators as today, but there are always architects, information management professionals out there, humanists, other software developers. We're hearing it a lot at this conference. There's IT departments to deal with. They're people too. Programmers, other disciplines. We often try and solve a lot of problems on our own, but there are people who are also subject matter experts that can help us out there, like statisticians, information security experts. I've put community archivists here as if they're separate from the other lists, but often they're also solving so many problems on their own. We just want to provide a place to support and amplify some of their challenges. And who is really anyone? What about vendors? But vendors are people too, but often they don't often present as people. They're often trying to sell you something. But these companies are often built of people who are really, really expert at what they do, and we would like to invite them into the tent and not treat them as separate. As long as they're not trying to sell us their products, they're subject matter experts and everyone else involved. We want to engage eye to eye on some of these issues. So we can broaden the church, proactively approach industry for some of the problems we have, especially some of the social media companies who might be storing our data that might not give us the best ways of archiving it. Industries that are writing specifications who we can maybe provide some thoughts to about how you improve codec, and which this community is already very well familiar with. We do believe institutional, bias for institution feels like the wrong approach. Institutions go through different seasons. The government of the day might change the amount of resources you have to solve some of the problems you have, or worse, take away some of your ability to do important things. But it's a catch-22. Lots of your organizations paying for you all to be here, but while the organization changes or government changes or whatever else, you're the constant, and you're the ones who kind of still have to keep doing your job and need a place to maybe share, maybe vent. But it's difficult. There's a more nuanced sort of view of this, I think, in the mission statement. How do you talk more without? I think I'm on the next slide, Andrea. Sorry.
Okay.
Oh, not quite. No, you can go.
Okay, great. And also, so many roles are changing. So the role of the subject matter expert, the role of the manager, someone with woo, which means winning others over, people who are very persuasive in selling digital preservation to their organizations. This might all be now the same role. There's so many unicorn job listings. And in an ideal world, we would say these roles have to go. These should each be different people. But we don't live in an ideal world, and we have to be able to support people with these kinds of Frankenstein unicorn type roles. And also, like, if people are lucky enough to have an organization where these are individual roles, we want to bring them into the fold too, because the person who's a manager, they were probably working day-to-day in digital preservation in the first place and now may not feel as in touch with the community as they used to. And people who are persuading their institutions that digital preservation is needed want to be in touch with the community as well, so they know what's going on and how to sell it.
And people mean valuing the diversity of context. There are lots of different roles. Valuing, sort of looking at the changing context. When something does change, how do you still continue to do what you need to do? How are you supported? How do we amplify your messages? And like, actually, something really important here, I think, is the need for changing context. You might feel like you're not getting paid enough. You might need to change your job. Your family life might have changed. You have to change your job, but you might not have a landing mat waiting for you. The roles in this field are minimal. Probably all of your organizations are already at capacity. So where do you go if you do have to change your context?
So we have a lot of questions to answer, and the answers might not be the same. There might not only be one answer. Like within our association, digital preservationist people, how do we create trust? How do we get people to trust us as an association? And hand in hand in that, how do we create safety so that people feel safe kind of sharing their ideas and their thoughts and their experiences in their past? And how do we enable people to share? And then how do we find different networks that we might not know about? Like not necessarily people who have been in touch with digital preservation, but people who exist elsewhere who are interested in saving their data, or those people on Reddit who are data hoarders, maybe we want to talk to them. And also we want to know what the expectations for our initiative are. Like what can we possibly do, and what in our capacity do we have can we do? So we have so many questions. So we're planning to have a town hall. This is the town hall where Ross lives. It will not be held here. It will be virtual. We're hoping to have it sometime before Christmas. And in that town hall, we hope to kind of accentuate the positives. We don't want it to be like a place to vent about disappointments, or just thinking about the positive ways maybe someone was supported, the positive way that someone supported other people, and trying to put the people first and not just the profession and not just what you are. Like you're not just a digital preservation person, you're a person. And also having a wide open tent, so not just getting your usual suspects, the community, but other people who are interested, who kind of touch on digital preservation, other disciplines, and other perspectives. And we also in the town hall want to ask why people fall out of the digital preservation community. Did they change jobs, or are they just don't have the capacity anymore, or they're just, focusing on other things in their lives, and what that impact is on the community and on themselves, and what can be different.
And yeah, so a good example is if someone leaves the community, usually it's probably going to be a loss for us. But also, is it a mindset that anyone loses? They're going to take that with them, possibly into another industry. So we should probably keep the door open, but keeping that door open takes many shapes and many different ways of understanding. So not everyone is Library of Congress, BFI or MoMA, but there are new sites to be shared for individuals from outside our walls, but they could be initially from inside our walls. We don't have the same organizational ties anymore, so we can't be as reciprocal in approach. I think people are very open to be like, I work for National Archive, I work for National Gallery, let's, go and talk to each other in our own places. But it's not as easy if you're working for a small community archive or something. We need a coalition of folks who have the background to recognize this and can break down the walls and barriers and be a touchstone or a touch point for folks who are in these positions.
So how are we going to go about doing this? What is our approach? We're hoping to be more casual. There's not going to be like a formal membership, no membership dues or like these meetings that you have to go to or anything like that. So like a lot less obligations, because our hope is to not be another source of burnout. We know when you join an organization, you're putting it on top of the jobs that you're already doing. And that can be a lot sometimes. You know, sometimes it feels like you need to have more than 24 hours a day to do everything. So, you know, we're not going to be creating a product or like holding a conference, and there's not like a committee. Like maybe in the future, it might be designed, like we might want to do that, but at the time, no. Like we just want it to be very casual at this time.
And it can be anything the group decides. There are ways of collaborating with each other that folks like Lizana and Dragon like pioneer and have been really good at. Right now, it's just a message on a Discord or a blog. There's an opportunity to be anything. It could be an incubator, like if people need like extra support. It could, but the town hall will help define things. Self-organizing groups would be great, and becoming decentralized is a really important part of this.
So we're on the internet. You can find us there. We do have a Discord server, like we said, but you know, if your Discord is not your thing, I was doing this presentation, I was going through it with my partner yesterday, and he's like, I want to do it, but I don't want to do Discord. I'm like, that's fine. You don't have to. We have a Write-As site where we have different prompts. Ross will be talking about that. And also, if you like on your social media, you can hashtag and have a conversation. And we're around. We're on the internet. If you're not on the internet, that's cool. We'll be at your local food court at 7 p.m. on a Friday. So how... you know, we really, like, our main goal is to provide a way to maintain this connection so that we can amplify, you know, the ideals that we set forth in our mission statement. And, you know, the mission statement is a growing document. You know, it's living. You know, it depends what other people have ideas about. We want to support those individuals and provide a space, and to have people who maybe aren't as vocal in the community, you know, enable their voices. And in that way, we're able to accept and present different views, to have lots of questions and discussions, and maybe seeing alternative ways of going about doing things.
Oh, sorry, it's me. Yeah, and so, yeah, please join the Discord. Keep sharing your stories. We have these things called prompts, inspired a little bit by the OPF, where you can write blogs for us, and we'll, you know, promote the blog and do the best we can to get like traffic going to it. Keep sharing your challenges, your workarounds, especially your workarounds. Share the experiences you have, and share the alternative vision. Like, what is the ideal, and how do we get to it from working backwards? This is an example of some of the prompts. There's a link at the end of this presentation. You can log into the link and you can get the mission statement. You can get some other links related to DPIP, plus some of our inspirations, plus access to these prompts if you're interested in writing any content for us. You can put the logo somewhere, but instead of that, just read the message and live any part of the message that resonates with you. And especially if something is missing, just let us know. Before we go, our touch points are for BASI, ETA, vocational OR, of course, which I think everyone knows, but very few people I see very few people just reminding everyone every day that people are doing too much. Cassie Finley, this is an amazing presentation. It's in the links. She talks about changing roles, enabling more people, decentralization, empathy and technology is a really good initiative. Lozano and Dragan as well, like this, I mean, I guess even if you're not doing Wikidata, you should join this group because they're awesome. Jay Weatherburn, Matthew Burgess, who's here, Australia Preserves, that's a great group, and the maintainers, of course. And some of these are examples of places that aren't always so chatty, but I think are very impactful. And
to bring it back to Julia Roberts, our North Star, from Notting Hill. We hope that if any of this resonates with you, if anything of this is interesting to you, or you feel strongly about it, or you hate it, you'll introduce yourselves to the digital preservationist people, and you'll engage and create conversations, and keep an eye out for us. Keep an eye out for the town hall. We're also hoping to have like little seminars where people talk about stuff. Thank you so much for your time. We appreciate it. And this is a QR code that will bring you to a link tree of different ways you can connect to us, and also those things that Ross mentioned before, our touch points, there's links to those as well, kind of as a bibliography. Thank you.
Thanks, Andrea.
Thank you, Ross.
For Ross and Andrea? Sorry, before. My bad. No, it's okay. Yeah, now you have to. Yeah.
Thank you for this. I have a question in terms of, I hear a lot of stories where people are basically, they want to do something, and there are politics and things and so on, and you hear this when you meet the people in person, but these stories reoccur. I think a lot of you know these stories, like I would like to, but this and that, Sachzwänge and so on. How should we deal with this? Like, do like videos where you can't see the people and you just do their voices differently? Because no one will dare to publish that, because if anyone figures out who they are, do you know what I mean?
Do you want to go over that, Andrea?
Yeah, let me stop sharing and show my video. Hi. Yeah, absolutely. That's something that is really concerning to us, because we do know, like, you talk to people or things have happened to us where it's like, well, we don't feel like it's safe to share. And that's why that's one of our questions, to figure out, how can we share? How can we tell our stories? How can we communicate with each other in a safe space? And how do we create trust? Because, I mean, you don't really know us and you don't know who you're talking to. So how do we promote that trust and that safety in a way? And I think it's really hard, and it's a hard thing to do.
I didn't mean like trusting you. That's not the issue. But we were speaking.
No, I get it. I'm sorry. What?
Yeah, I think she's answering you. I think, Andrea, you've got the question right. But the how we do it is the unknown. And yeah, you're right. But I think the answer is we don't know yet. But this is the forum for it, and you can help.
Or maybe the answer is with improvisation and care. Intention, yeah. Anything else? Oh, yeah.
Yes, thank you so much for this initiative. I think it's really great. We briefly spoke about actually the collaboration between curators and conservators, and if there is possibility to establish collaboration. It's completely out of place here, but I do know that not so long time ago, CROM, which is the list for curators in new media arts, actually posted a message that they are, I think now 25 years old, and they wondered if they should still be in a kind of newsletter form what they're having today, or move to another platform. Maybe this is an opportunity to contact maybe Sarah Cook. I think Sarah Cook would be the best one, but maybe Beryl Graham, to see if there are opportunities to bring those communities together. It could be very fruitful, maybe not, but...
Yeah, we'd love to hear more.
We want to have the biggest tent. Thank you. Bye.
I'm just going to open the door. Let some air in. Okay, thank you so much to everybody, to all the speakers, to all our volunteers, to all of you for this for this great first day. This is the map to dinner. So as per usual, after we wrap up here, I think in 5 to 10 minutes, we'll gather outside for the usual parade to dinner. The parade means everybody gets a wazoo or whatever they're called, and you just have to like play it until we reach Badische Brauhaus, where we'll have dinner. No, really, just meet outside. There's going to be people walking over. Obviously, you can meet us there. There's also instructions on how to get there by public transport, but the weather is good, so why not all go together? Again, thank you so much for everything today. For tomorrow, we're gathering here again. There are no changes in lunch or coffee. Remember to bring your mug. The only change we have on the schedule is Reto will be presenting instead of Michael. So that's the only change we have in our program. I think that's it. Thank you so much, and thank you for everybody online, and see you tomorrow.